Good morning. Ding ding. All right, we got what, 30 minutes till the jobs data comes out? Holy fuck, I'm orange. Okay. How do I be less orange? Allergies are brutal today. I hope you're feeling all right. Not particularly. Um, Hanging in there though. Red candles? This is highly suspect. Hmm. Oh. Futures got rejected with some volume. Well, that's kind of cool. Doesn't happen nearly often enough. No. It's just going to bounce on the gap? Or is it going to get even more bearish? I'm trying to think of what to do with my straddle here. Good morning, everyone. Are you orange to commemorate Indictment Day? Jfresh looks so cute in the thumbnail. Yeah, don't let it deceive you. He will shit in your shoes. Do you think futures test 4,200 today? Well, it just got rejected pretty hard off 4172. Um, Maybe not. Fall down to the lower end of this. Oof. Russell slipped negative pretty quick. Oil 81.23 a barrel. Oh god, they're gonna do that thing today, aren't they? Where the market's down like 30 BPS and they're like, we're digesting, Wall Street's finally digesting the oil prices. AMC halted? Interesting. Halt up? Jfresh, what are you doing? Jfresh was right. AMC was the play. Alright, the gap's still not quite filled here. Upstart getting slammed. Jamie Dimon says banking crisis not over right after the collar roll. What a champ. Yeah. It's a good thing AMC isn't actually MOASS. I want to be clear, I did not buy any AMC. All right. VIX spicy. Yeah, I should switch to looking at that, actually. Ooh. Well, spicier. I really don't know why that's up this morning. We still got 24 minutes till Jolt's data. I don't think a lot's going to happen before then. We should have some opening data for SPX now. Market when I hedge equals flat from open to close. Market when I don't hedge, 100-point move in the direction against me. That's how it works. Yeah, Gamma's going pretty flat to the downside of 41.25. Like 41.20, it really drops off. There's still some support at 4100 and 40.75, but outside of that range, it's pretty flat. So in the money profit taking. It's the 15-second, 15-minute. Yeah, long side profitability is falling off through this period too. We're roughly at yesterday's high. Just a little above, like $3. All right. What is it? Jolt's data. Jolt's data is the labor data for today. It's job openings. I think it comes out at 10. Yeah. LMI logistics managers. Who gives a fuck about that? We have factory orders month over month at 10 also. An economic optimism index. Followed by Cook speaking at 1:30. And then Mester speaking tonight at 6:50. You expecting your gold calls to print? Will you roll them this week? Do I still have those? Uh, actually, yeah. I mean, if gold hits 2,000 again today, may not, but it's looking a little better. It's up 23 basis points this morning so far. I could just buy this back. I can buy these back too. Seriously? I like this. What's up, Sykes? CKRE? No. What's going on? Looks pretty fucking flat. Ooh. I do not have any indication of that. So, we go long here at 41.20. X is moving up a bit. When upstart back to 20, I think it'll be a little while. I've been doing buy rights on it. So I've been buying. I'm buying at like 15, 50, 16, selling covered calls at like 13, 50, 14, and then buying puts at 16. So it's like a fucking 30 some odd percent yield on a test of 1350. What do you think Cat will do now that it hit your target? Well, I got stopped out last Thursday, but I mean, hopefully Cat is the market, and Cat's failure of the resistance will mean everything dies. Why is everything dumping? I thought bulls were in control. No. Pumping is not the same like in control. What do you think Cat will do now that it hit your target? Should we have a moment of silence for that guy's wedding? Maybe. Imagine hodling through all of that and then not being able to get married. Maybe you took profits. The video is on the 15-minute. Has it started? Maybe. It's dropping pretty rapidly. I like these things. Was that in your YouTube or Discord or some other social media? No, I ran into a guy at this bar who was I don't know, like some Merrill desk jockey, and he was in the video for 300 by September. But he thought Nvidia owned Chat GPT. Nope, I'm not touching Nvidia. Greg, I went to the beach with the family and I caught a few large pompano fish last night. Any recipes for grilling them? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Let's just read the Nvidia Cliff Notes. To be fair, Nvidia thinks it owns Chat GPT too. Yeah, I mean, hopefully this doesn't all just bounce right back after the JOLTS data, but NASDAQ down about 18 points. Russell down 58. Looks like Dow's down about 8. Bonds are down. Bond futures are down. Okay, so this would be like out the money. Whoa, that's not the call I want. Mm. All right. Bobby trading at rev prices. Bobby at 35 cents. It's clearly MOASS. Is the market selling to pay us our ape? Picking up 13,000 SPX calls? No, just a couple. Is SPX a massive head and shoulders? Yes. There is one on the daily. I would say, given the time frame, that it's more just that we're seeing a distributive effect over the time series rather than saying it's a fucking head and shoulders. But yeah, it's a head and shoulders. Right next to MMTLP. Made 1.5k on the SPX drop. I'm done for the day. I'm just gonna watch Tesla a couple of times while laughing that my CC premium will remain in my hands. I mean, I'm out of my straddle. I don't know what else to do here though. I think this might bounce. Here at 4120. Just a little bit of resistance. I don't know if it'll bounce before the Jolts data though. And if the Jolts data is bad, then it may not go up. Congratulations, by the way, Willem. Spy Strangle for April 21st, 405, 415. Bad for Jolts. Wide. 40, 408, 412 seems better. Or well, I don't know. That's a really tight range or wide range. Um, Hey Girk, because of your trading wisdom, I was able to open a children's hospital, dig a well in Africa, and saved a family of 7 from a burning building. Thanks for all you do, man. I love you. Man, that's really awesome. I'm glad I was able to provide you with the ability to do that. Congratulations. And congratulations to the people you helped. What would classify as bad Jolts data? More jobs. Was my Revlon question so and so? I didn't even see what the fuck it was. What'd you ask? I don't see your Revlon. So what happens to Revlon with the new news? It dies? I think there's like 4 days for like some kind of appeal, but I don't know if anything's gonna happen with that. Hey, Grackle, is Jolt's data going to be electric? I doubt it. I doubt it'll be that interesting at all. $800 risk on capital for fucking $80? It's so shit. Alright, get in here, stop loss. We're getting way too close to the jobs data now. Is this thing gonna fucking pump? Oh, I got stopped out anyway, it doesn't matter. What a piece of shit. Rev at a solid 20 cents. Creditors are going to own Rev. Most likely, yeah. That seems to be the outcome. WWE call out yesterday has yielded me monies. Nice. Doesn't seem to care about the rest of the market. Probably not. I can't tell you how impressed I am to find out your trading wisdom helped save people from a burning building. I would have thought that the skills were mutually exclusive. Nope. I think SPY is surpassing Feb's peak before trending back down. I think we're still significantly lower than Feb's peak. I'm sure the data today will have some effect. Do I go long again here? It's too close to the JOLTS data, right? Oh, where is it? Five minutes left? How about KRE now? Do you wanna short it? Bank's sad. Yeah, I see that. If the market tanks, will we see a covering liquidity event on Upstart? Probably we'll probably see a covering event. But it probably won't be bullish. Is it worth doing a 4130, 4110 strangle on SPX 0DT for jobs data? I'm kind of thinking about it. If I can get the put in a slightly cheaper range. Although I'm running out of time to enter it. Implied volatility is a little elevated here. Although 750, that's not bad. Hey, there we go. Three minutes left. Where can we see the data? You can Google it. You can type in jolts. And then data. That'll probably give you something useful. What the fuck did I end up with that? I don't want that. Oh, okay. That was weird. There we go. Hmm. All right. Ooh, job's way down. Less jobs bullish, yeah. Okay. Economy fixed. Yeah, more unemployed people solves all the problems. Jesus? What, it was just one big candle. Get out of all puts or hedge hard, right? That's really stagflationary. What, jobs down, oil up? Well, not until oil hits the CPI print, right? 41.75 possible today. It seems like a stretch. Maybe if more positioning comes in. No. Fill my fucking order, you bitch. Oops, I chased and bought the top. Well done. Now I think it gets more bearish. Give them a minute to absorb the fact that less jobs is bad. That there was no bullish outcome. And it was all a lie. Whoa, I actually just sold my call on 20% gains on that candle. Yay. Nice, man. Now the market can go back up. Thank God there's a million more unemployed people. A million less job opportunities is not the same like a million more unemployed people. You think they actually care? Up, up, up. We'll see. VIX bounced right back. Oil resting at a lovely 81.34 a gallon or barrel right now. Could we see 4,300 today? On the back of what? It's fucking JOLTS data. It's not like it's the unemployment data or non-farm payrolls or anything. Doesn't this mean that their rate increases are working and they should continue course? Yes. I've been a horrible papa bear. Will my baby cubs finally eat that NVIDIA sweet nectar? Maybe. So, do you think that the market has officially gone bananas? Pancake? Banana pancake? Based on that data, I should open a Wendy's franchise and take a cut from the million plus new Dans. Oh my God, it's not an employment report. It's a job openings report. Biden is going to be talking about danger risks of AI versus opportunities of science and tech advisor. Follows my comment about Germany and Italy. Yeah, I heard about that. What if they put a ban on AI? Does Nvidia go down to like $4? Girk, we rally all the time on nothing. That's why I asked about 4,300. We do rally all the time on nothing, but right now there's no calls there, and the current trend looks pretty bearish. Like call profitability is breaking down and rapidly. Well, AI Upstart doesn't Upstart doesn't they're not like creating more advanced AI models, right? Citigroup just eliminated my girl's position. How do they save money by doing this and they hand out 9 months severance? That's so confusing. They save money over time. Sorry to hear that, Daniel, not a Dan. Can you explain what your thoughts are on the 40,000 puts on Fubo and what it could mean for short-term price action? It could be suppressive. So it's like kind of like a put wall. It's going to keep the price down. If the price rises into that range, then the market maker is going to hedge down. It's not bullish. Clearly, AI being banned is priced in Nvidia to 500 end of day. Massive openings at Olive Garden and the local donut pantry. Gherkin, we've been bearish for 2 weeks and it's only gone up. So buy calls. I had a dream a little while ago that Nvidia went down 30% overnight. Perhaps it was foreshadowing. Perhaps, or you were just dreaming. My dad, who was self-employed the past 20 years, had to get back into the workforce at 60 with Progressive because insurance adjusters are getting phased out. He took away one of those jobs. I see. And the oil goes to 100. How do I invest in bicycle sales? Target calls? Maybe. Do you think a lot of more people are going to bike to work just because oil goes back up? 9 months severance. That's amazing. That's pretty good. Yeah. Upstart is constantly improving its models. Yeah, but they're not developing more advanced art. Like they're improving the models they have, but they're not trying to develop more advanced AI. The like call on governments is to stop the advancement of more complete AI models that are, you know, bordering on actually intelligent. Until legislation is put in place to manage them. Because I expected 461p to be fully gone, but despite the 40k volume yesterday, there's still 18,000 OI left. Oh, okay. Does unemployment data come with Dan registry percentage? Every unemployed person is a step away from danhood. Maybe. 1 second. I love how Jolts led to a continuation of the bear flag that started 45 minutes ago. Ugh. Yeah. Although I do think it's going to kind of break down here. Eventually. Is that on the right? Okay. Please turn up your mic volume. You are very quiet. My mic volume is turned all the way up. Do you think this data or more data this week will actually open the market's eyes to the recession again? I mean, I'm surprised that's not really obvious already. Watch ADP employment report show plus 500K jobs in March. Does the unemployment data come with a Dan registry percentage? Every unemployed person is a step away from Danhood. Well, I mean, after their unemployment expires. If the markets can't go to high or boomers can retire and they are needed to fulfill the low-end Walmart grocery fast food jobs that need government subsidies to be sustainable. 4150, let's go. Are we going to get that far? Maybe. Let's see if there's any call accumulation going on, or where accumulation is going on at least. 4140's got some interest. Is this going to be another bear flag that breaks up? That's my new favorite thing, by the way, Dork. Uh, my new favorite technical pattern is hard breakdown into like a bullish reversal. Bear flags are now bullish. Jolt Cola was great. All right. What's it? I told you in Discord the other day, the infamous gap down bull flag. It's definitely a different paradigm. Some things are going negative today. Microsoft up a little bit. Ooh, I want to buy puts on that. Nvidia down, cat down. IWM still down a lot. SPY kind of flat. Hmm. Sorry, I just need to get an entry here. Yeah, I know gold's ripping. Glad I held those super shitty gold calls. Holy shit, gold broke 2000 again. Oh. Huh. Someone exercised my April GME $18 sold calls. Okay. So sell CSPs. Or wait. Upside customer 257%. That's getting kind of excessive, isn't it? Do, do, do. Down today, though? Give me a second. I'll look at Upstart's like liquidity and see if anything's happening. I mean, Upstart's cost to borrow is not the same like GameStop's. Um. Hmm. I think if this drops to a higher low, like if Upstart drops at the market today, yeah, this upside hedge is starting to look like a really bad fucking idea. Hmm. Options 410. $41.20. Fix at 19. Check TM. Yep, I know. Hmm. 21. 1,000. Futures are selling off pretty hard here. Gold at 222? Jesus Christ. Should we be buying lottos here? Ticker for gold, GLD. Hmm. Interesting. So this kind of represents a big turnaround in the profitability on the long side calls, which can cause capitulation. Why do people buy gold in a recession? It's one of the most useless materials there is. Store of value. We're looking kind of bearish today. So on the 15, oh, that looks super bearish too. Uh, Let me see what's going on with the overall positioning. SPX trying to market itself for acquisition by ZOM or RIG. Isn't gold used in a lot of electronics? Yeah, but it's also like infinitely recyclable. When JPM color long puts go in the money at 38, what, 38.85? Someone tell NVIDIA things look bearish. Thanks. Yeah, 38.85. Ooh, yeah. The only downside support here after we slip 4120 is 4100 and 40. So 4100, 4075. Zero GT puts are coming in at 4110. Quite a lot of them. And 4100. Big put volume. call gamma's dropping a little bit at like 40, 30, 41.25. So 0 DT calls sold off a little bit there. This might pull back to, so just maybe pull back just to 41.20 and then rejection again. Or like 41, like a pullback to 41.50 on futures. Keep going. I'm almost there. Well, gold is a store of value. It used to be money. Qualities give it, its qualities give it value. You cannot destroy it, and the supply is stable, 2 to 3% a year, and cannot be increased. Plus, it's beautiful and shiny. Yeah, shiny rocks. Gold's already massively overvalued. The supply is just stable because we don't mine as much of it. Oh shit, Doric, Dixie 101. Are you giving Poopy Hands a hard time? I need that no cap capitulation because I finna bust some bussin' bear goo. Chances we break 4100 on SPX. Decent. I think we want to see this break down further, obviously. But this breakdown so far can continue to accelerate. God, 4,000 seems so far away still. It's not that far, but it feels really far. It's what, 300 basis points? Roughly. A little less. GN and GM on NVIDIA moved. Gamma neutral, gamma max. Let me see. I didn't check those this morning, so give me a second. Gamma max is up like $1. Gamma neutral also up $1. Delta neutral up $1. Vega neutral up $1. Everything on NVIDIA moved up like $1. It's actually kind of bearish that gamma neutral or gamma max is continuing to rise, but the price action isn't really following. $41.21. Create new order. No. Okay. Love the percolating on your hat. It looks like the stream is rising from the brain activity. What's going on with my hat? Oh, weird. I don't know what that's from. There it goes. Gold, silver will always has been a store of value. If you just take a small percent per pay period and buy a little physical gold or silver, you'll be glad you did someday. No. How are your 3850s and 4000s feeling? I'm just waiting on a better exit. Um, I don't know. If we get like a serious breakdown here, I'm gonna feel a hell of a lot better about them. Does current position give you any indication of on what SLD could look like? Does anything indicate potential for stronger or weaker sell-off? I would say the potential for a stronger sell-off is slightly higher going into the SLD period, but we're still very far away, and like CPI and PPI data aren't out yet, right? I mean, it's more sold calls, X CRO. Is a 4110 put 0 DT a good scalp play? Or should I go closer to the money? 4110? I don't think that's a particularly good scalp play. Maybe if we get a failure here. This looks moderately bearish. Like the lower high. This needs to break down. Maybe. 4110. We're still at resistance right now, though. A little bit above it. There's a pretty big risk that we could find support. Yeah, maybe it's not terrible. VIX is crushing out really hard on this. Gold's still rocketing. Pulling back a little. That's interesting. Let me see something here. I want to. Interesting. All right. Does current positioning give Is that working now? Okay. It's showing up that it's working in OBS, but it's like muted. All right. Thank you. What were you saying? I don't know. Something about not wanting to hold gold, but just speculating on it when it runs. Create new order. 1580. Hmm. Hmm. $1. Ooh. If gold goes much higher, it's gonna fucking squeeze. That's a big fucking gold pump. Big futures volume. A big sell-off. Gold up, oil up. Market doesn't like that. Gold up? This is good for Nvidia? No. No, it looks like the market's starting to realize the Jolt data is not so bullish. Um, Factory orders were down a little month over month. Were down a little more than expected. Economic optimism was slightly up, barely, like 0.5. Little over expectations though. Cook speaking at 1:30 today. There's not a lot. There's not a lot else going on today. Jolt's job quits. 4 million from the previous 3.8. So more people are quitting their jobs. Interesting. Redbook year over year was up. Oh, Redbook's up the most it's been since like early March. All right. Yeah, 4110's a little bit of support now that we've broken down from the 4120 level, but not a lot at 4110. Tons of put volume coming in at that strike too. So I would say that the more important support to the downside here is 4100. Dork, gold's getting weird, man. It's up 360 basis points in like 2 days. Jolt's data either up or down is not bullish. Yeah, it's really not. Bank filled the gap and is sad. As long as it doesn't drop too much today, because I don't want to buy like fucking 30,000 shares of KeyBank this week. I mean, I'm okay with it if I do. I have premiums, but I'd prefer not to. Also, I need NVIDIA not to drop below 230. That's actually more important. Data's pointing to a cooling in inflation because of recession. I don't think inflation's gonna cool with oil up, man. When is the market gonna price in a recession? Someday, hopefully. What is the stock on the screen bottom right? Gold? It's just like a gold ETF, Barrick Gold ETF. Is gold mostly consumer retail driven? Not always. Is this the start of the silver squeeze? Yeah, silver's up a bunch too today. Silver squeezes in cycles. Boomer's about to make white. I'm okay with that. Volatility's picking up a lot on GLD and gold. My gold calls are up 50%. I don't want to get too greedy, but I haven't really followed it much and don't know what the potential for these 421 calls are. What could a squeeze bring it to? No one knows, but there's massive short positions on COMEX on gold. So it could get pretty crazy. It's moved up a lot over the last few days. Generally speaking, they're pretty highly manipulated and they break down quickly, but if there's actually real consistent interest in gold, shorts are fuck. Netflix was 20 cents from the 350 this morning. Did you grab anything? I mean, I have some long dated puts at 325. I didn't get a chance to pick up any 330s, but I have some 300s for September. Isn't gold a mining company? Yep. They have a shitload of gold yielding properties and tons of tons of inventory. So they tend to be really reactive to the gold price, as you can see. Remember you said bulls may not care about short-term dips and they may be buying in at these prices? Is that still the case? They can just average down on the lows. I mean, sure. But if gold starts ripping and oil's moving up, that's, like alongside like labor market contraction is stagflationary. Um, that could keep a lot of bulls from buying. Check out yields. What are they doing? Ooh. No, 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 no. It's not like AMC where they just own a fucking dust bowl in Nevada. They actually have like they produce gold, like a lot of it from mines all over the world. Africa, Papua New Guinea, Canada, the US. Um so they're sitting on land that has an already performing gold mines, right? And then the value of those gold mines is predetermined by the price of gold, right? How much is the gold worth that they can extract from the ground? And then if gold goes up, then the value of their land goes up. The last not AMC just has a fucking dirt bowl in northern Nevada that they can't afford to dig anything out of. No, GLD's the ETF. You really dislike AMC as a whole, huh? Yeah. We spent the last 2 years pumping their shareholders for money so they could float their shitty dying business. Of course I hate them. HYMC is 7% today and gold is 4%. So Adam Aaron better at this than real gold miner. I've been buying junior miners for about a year now. Hey Greg, just tuning in. Is this the beginning of the downtrend in the market? Yeah, it could be the start of it. I mean, the further we drop here, if we drop under 4,100, that puts a significant amount of the currently open call interest out of the money, and reduces long side profitability significantly. So it's holding on here, but we're seeing long interest bleed out, which is obviously pretty bearish. Why is AMC down 23%? Thoughts on AG? Looks like it might be breaking up. No idea, man. Do you see AMC pumping a bit after the reverse split? Why? I mean, the price will go up because they're reverse splitting the stock. Why the fuck would I watch SPY? SPY's an ETF that tracks the S&P. SPX is the actual index option. Tell that guy who says HYMC is up 7% today to look at the weekly or monthly chart once in a while. What happens if Nvidia drops below 230? No Christmas gifts for us kids. If Nvidia falls below 230 by the end of this week, I will lose like 130 grand. So yeah, I'd prefer if it would not do that. After this week, that's fine. It can drop as much as it wants. Did you sell puts on Nvidia? And calls? I need Nvidia to not end this week above 295 or below 230. That is a short strangle. SPX gonna try to do a bounce here? Maybe. Like a little one? I don't think it's got very good bullish momentum right now. But yeah, we could see a little pullback. Maybe futures. Futures aren't looking super bullish right now. Volumes declining in a bit, but we're still pretty far from support. I need to move that there. There it is. Yeah, futures are kind of close to breaking down from this. So we might get a little bounce at the bottom, but if it doesn't carry us back up to like 4150, or we get rejected off 4150 and it turns into resistance, that's really bearish. Could we end down 100 BPS? I mean, maybe if gold keeps rocketing up and oil prices keep rising, but oil's slipping a little bit. I mean, short strangles can be really dangerous because you're naked. Well, I'm not naked on the downside, right? Because I have Nvidia puts, so those are kind of like PMCPs, right? I'll just lose the difference, and like if it drops to 230, I'll have to close my puts in order to pay off the cost. But I've sold naked calls to the upside. Poor man put calls. if stagflation is confirmed, that should be bearish to the market, right? I know they can just pump it on nothing, but theoretically, it should be bearish. Yeah, it's very bearish. It's very bearish for equity prices, specifically. The video forming pennant, but question, is it bull or bear? Nasdaq's not looking particularly hot, although it's doing better than the S&P right now. Keep watching gold instead of Nvidia. Sure. Oh. Herb here. Yeah, the puts are at 38.85. I don't remember what they moved the calls to, but they're like way the fuck out of the money. And then I think the sold puts moved to 32.60. They moved it again in after hours the day they rolled it. Ascending triangle on Nvidia 5-minute. Or just a rejection at 280 and it's breaking down. Like a double top. We hit 279.95 Monday and Tuesday. Both failed. Alright, I guess, yeah, if we retest 279, sure. If not, it doesn't look very bullish. Close. Stop. 35. VIX 1945. VIX is still climbing. Looking shorting the video today via CFD leverage 1 to 10. Thoughts? I mean, if indexes continue to pull down, you might get a. I mean, what Nvidia needs to see is it needs to see for it to really break down. It needs to see a big pullback in like the Nasdaq 100, right? And then it needs to fall below gamma neutral, which I think is at like 258. If it falls below gamma neutral, right, and closes the day, down actual percentage points, your daily rebalance ETFs are going to start shedding it. Which is then going to push it down further, which is then accelerated by the market maker selling off into falling prices, which causes more ETFs to sell at the end of the next day, and then more ETFs to sell at the day after that, and so on and so forth. Very similar to the way it pumped up, just in reverse. Well, we failed 4110. That's important. there's fucking 50 gaps to the downside. VIX at 1950. Gold rocketed right back up after that. Yeah, I guess I'll set a stop on that. Maybe not today. Cat 220 puts went from 0.15 to 196 a contract today. Nice. That's Cat losing ground. Ooh, shit. That was a hard rejection from the fucking upper test. Dow's down pretty hard today. Fuck. Big sell off at 230. SPX, the long side profitability is dying really, really fast on SPX. %15 since yesterday morning. Even from today's high, just 7% drawdown. Yeah, this doesn't look good. We'll probably see more call capitulation. If that starts to turn around, I'll let you guys know. But right now, it's dropping off pretty fast. So my protective calls, we can rip to 4160 now. So upstart bar rate north of 250%. Does this change anything or not really? No. I mean, it's just the retail borrow rate, first of all. Don't get me wrong, the like prime borrow rate on upstart's really high too, but I think it's been higher in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Why so down? I'm not down. I'm just kind of busy managing shit. What's up, Trina? How you doing? Upstart customer on IBKR 292.55. Cool. This bleeding to me is actually a spanking relief from the past couple of days. It's nice. A breakdown of 4100 is far more important, though, I think. We got more downside left? Oh, yeah. Yeah. If this keeps falling off, it's going to get... VIX is still climbing, so put buyers are coming in. Long side profitability is falling off. Momentum's moving pretty bearish. And there's not a lot of downside support. There's very little, actually. There's like 4100, which is decent. This is decent support. But then there's like 4075, and that's kind of it. And then gamma's pretty flat all the way down. And then 4000's super fucking negative. My upstart CCs are ripping. Yep. Yeah. The buy rates I sold yesterday and this morning are doing pretty well. I'm happy about it. Puts are doing okay too. This is the problem with like the move on Upstart right now is that it was entirely propagated by the market moving up, and it's not being pushed by actual covering of Upstart, right? I don't know how this is still like a conversation I need to fucking have, but for some reason it is. Upstart is illiquid. It has high positive beta. Market go up. Upstart drag up too, right? Market go down. Upstart go down very fast. Right, Upstart CC at 13 got assigned. Did you get a shitty fill on them? I haven't been assigned on any yet. My wife is headed to New York City this summer and she assures me it's not to visit you. But can you confirm to give me additional peace of mind? Sure, man. Thoughts on Microsoft April 280 puts? I'm already a little green. You think it can move down a lot by then? I mean, I think as the discount window starts to close, the like future speculation on NQ is going to drop off anyway. Like I don't think Microsoft's super overvalued or anything, but it is kind of inflated a bit. So, obviously keep your eye on NASDAQ and if NASDAQ starts to stabilize or turn around, maybe get some stops in place. I think it can go below 280 though. Like I think April 280s can go in the money. Are you April? Oh wait, hold on. You're April 21. Mm, maybe have a stop. Hold on, let me look. Are you April 21 or are you like April 14 or something really awful? Because Microsoft's not even read on today yet. April 21. Okay. So you have 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't think you're unless the market falls off really fucking hard this week. You're probably not going to go in the money. So, some kind of stop would probably be a good idea. Yeah, some kind of stop would probably be a good idea. Just to at least protect your profitability if you're going to try to follow the trend. How hard could we bounce on 4100? Take profits and buy calls at the test? Uh, I'm not really sure 4100 looks all that great. It's like yeah, maybe not at 4100, but slight. Like I assume you're just playing zero DTs. There's not a lot of room to bounce up. Um, at least not yet. The momentum's really fucking bearish. I might not. Holding some monthly expiration 160 puts on Apple. I think we'll see 157 before then. Or better to roll out for SLD drop. I mean, it's good to have if you're gonna have puts. What's Apple at? 166. Yeah, I mean you're way too far out of the money with not enough time to expiration. Even if we saw, like, even if we approached like 160 by then, Theta would have burned up a lot of your contract. So your multipliers on your premium would be worse. I'd probably want more time. Yeah, see, this bounce back is kind of weak. How are you managing your SPX 3850? I'm down 84% on my 421 380p. Um, Still holding them. I I can. So if it falls to 4,000 in the next 3 days, I can exit them like negative 20%, which I'm fine with. If it doesn't hit, like 40 50 or 40 25 by tomorrow, I'm probably not gonna hang on to them. I'm probably gonna roll them up. Roll them up and out. But I also have, I don't care about them that much. I have 4100, 4075, 4050, 4080, and 4000 puts as well. I know Cat is getting hammered. Seems a bit over exuberant. Would you consider re-entering now? Everyone all excited that we're heading down, but we're still talking yesterday about bouncing between 4075, 4120 all week, and we're still stuck in that range. Yeah. I still think, I mean, a breakdown of 4100 here is a little more significant than it was yesterday. But yeah, there's still support at 4075. We don't have like a confirmed breakdown till we break below 4075. 3% interest rate on short selling long dated puts considered expensive. I'm quite deterred. I don't know, what's your yield on the position? Remember, that's 3% APY. That's annualized. By the way, thank you for saying that bounce was weak. I was about to sell my puts for profit. We ride, baby. There could be more bounces in this range. 4100 is a strong support. Unless it just fully capitulates, which it could. Gold now at 222. If you were to get into a SPY put position right now, what would be a good option that hasn't had an IV spike? I mean, they've all had IV spikes. I'm not gonna go research your options contract for you on a fucking like ETF that I don't even play. Watching United Rentals, URI, I have no idea why they're going down so much, but it's a good company. It's a very good company. I will probably buy the dip on it. Any call OI coming in on short DTs for NVIDIA? Like the weeklies? I mean, NVIDIA Gamma has been pretty negative for a little while now. In the range that it's trading in. That's one of the reasons I was selling naked calls on it, because There's so much like short call interest already. Volatility shorts are coming in really hard on Nvidia between like 270 and 280. So I don't know if it matters. Well, we just lost 4,100 pretty quick there. Is this gonna get any fucking bounce back? We're just gonna see. Let's see. Long side profitability now down 22% from yesterday's high. All right, that kind of makes sense that we're seeing calls give up. Sad bulls. Where's the bulls? Look at me. Your calls are shit now. Buying Tesla? Jesus fucking. Tesla's getting murdered right now. It's gotta be Elon selling, right? Because people were so fucking bullish. Yeah, this... I don't know. This is still continuing. We might see like 30-80. Or just chop around 4,100 for a bit. But I think we're definitely going to see more and more of the call side support sell off here. If we haven't already, let me check. Forty 80. 40-80. Yeah. $4,100 has been abandoned by its brethren. Look at it all by itself. And then there's a little long side support down there at 40-60 also, but not much. And then now Gamma's gone, like Gamma's gone from flat to just slightly negative between like 40-65, 40-25. There's a little bit of positive Gamma at 40-15. And then 4,000's got a lot of negative interest. Do you think the death toll for NVIDIA has rung? I don't want to be that presumptuous. No, not until it falls below 258. Buying some 4K what if puts? I already have plenty of 4K what if puts. Thanks. Palantir's still holding that trunk full of gold bars. Maybe? They don't have a ton. They have a little bit of gold, though. Is there negative news reality released on Nvidia, or is it just going down with the market? I mean, it's going down with the market, but the company itself doesn't benefit from a like stagflationary environment, and a bunch of countries are like moving to um, block the growth of more advanced AI models. Like Italy banned it. Germany's considering it. The U.S. is having meetings on it. There's no legislative structure in place for governing AI models, so it makes sense. No, I'm not saying we're gonna hit 4,000 today. 4,000 today would be fucking crazy. 4080 maybe by end of day, only if the sell-off persists. We could very well just get hung up at 4,100 and stay here for the rest of the day. Upstart borrow fee almost 300%. I know. Anything intriguing about the $22 support on GME? No. Hold on, higher today? VIX or gold? I mean, gold is kind of another fear indicator, right? So good for bears. The past 2 weeks have been many times where we drop into the middle of the day, rise back up into close, the VIX breaks down. Gotta take some profits. Yeah, it doesn't seem stupid. I will say that the overall, like the macro trend is turning very bearish. But VIX, I mean VIX generally cools into the end of the day. Anyway, it generally opens higher and cools into the end of the day. Making money being a bear isn't as fun as being a bull. What do? I think making money is equally fun on both sides of the coin. Hating things is just as easy as liking them. Maybe easier. Fixed to 28? Jesus Christ. What do you have, like, out of the money VIX calls? That's awful. Don't buy out of the money VIX calls, people. It's super speculative. They're just lottery tickets. I'm losing less this year than last year. Well, that's a move in the right direction, I guess. Looks like SPX is gonna pull back to like 40, maybe 406. I don't think it pulls back to 410. Maybe it doesn't pull back at all. God, that's shitty. Um, yeah, no one's really buying those calls, huh? So normally right here we'd see, well, the last few days on a dip like this, we'd see a lot of like out the money call buying, but volume's really low on the 405 and 410 strike right now. So not a lot of calls coming in to capture a bounce if there's put capitulation here. And Gamma's getting pretty negative to the downside. Gamma flip point on the intraday is 4077.50. And we're getting a really decent amount of put buildup under 4100. It doesn't seem to be moving as much as I'd expect. Well, I would expect them to try to crush VIX here by selling calls. Is 4,000 being the hard downside resistance? We likely won't fall below it this week. I'd be surprised if we hit 4,000 this week. We've only got 2 days left. That's a big fucking drop, man. Even if VIX calls slightly out of the money, like less than $1, it's like the worst thing to play. Right? VIX is up like $1.20 right now. SPX is fucking down $30. Why the like even SPY is better. If you have out of the money SPY puts and the market crashes, you also make a shitload of money. If I were a chart pattern, I would be a bearish abandoned baby. I had a call for a bounce and it rejected and grabbed my stop real fast. I mean, it's bouncing a little bit here, but it kind of looks shitty. It's getting a little better. We're seeing a tiny bit of put capitulation. Like maybe, not yet, but soon. There might be a reason to play at the money, but but then it gapped down. Okay, cool. I mean, this is already like futures have already started to break down. So it may be more important this at this point to start looking at futures like important futures resistance like 4120, 4130 where we're at right now. 4112 is really important, and then we got our October trend here. This is our 1 standard and 1.5 standard deviation. So from our weighted volume, weighted VWAP. So VWAP's at 4,000 right now. But that's still like a 2 standard deviation move to get there. It's still pretty far away. I'd say VIX above 20, and our chances of seeing like 40, 50 by the end of the week are pretty good. 20% gain on the portfolio today, selling my 4090 DT SPY puts on the SPX test of 4100. Managing risk on this account that started at 1K is hard, but it's been growing thanks to your help and lessons learned. Congratulations, STD slot machine. Well done. Keep it up. Don't get greedy. I accidentally dropped a honey roasted peanut in my coffee, and I've got to say, not bad. One honey roasted peanut was enough to flavor your entire coffee? Back to the 3% interest rate. I don't want to talk about this. I calculated my yield rate is 8.8% adjusted. Broker charges me 6.8% on PA interest. I don't quite understand how the annual rate is divided into your trades. Day by day. The cost to carry your margin overnight is day by day. So it's, the annualized interest rate divided over, however many days you carry it. So if you have 8% yield over 45 days, right? Or I don't know what your actual yield is. I'm assuming less. If I don't know why you're calculating your annualized yield rate. Yield is easy. It's just, the fucking strike you're selling, right? Your premium. And that'll give you your yield. And then your cost to carry is your margin rate divided by 365 times the number of days. So this is 45 GT or whatever it is. What defines a standard deviation? Depends on what instrument you're using because they vary with whatever the underlying is. Generally a multiple of the a multiple from the average. But I wouldn't buy those 4110 P0 DT I asked about earlier because my cash still wasn't settled. Thanks, WeBull. Would a 4057 DT also be a good play pre-drop? And would it still be good now? It's not terrible. I mean, I picked up a bunch of 4080. Like, I don't know if they're 7 DTE, but they might be like 6. Yeah, 6 DTEs today, so 4080 means that we have to break down from the 4075 support, which, could happen, but it may not happen until like after the non-farm payroll and unemployment data is released, in which case all your theta's kind of burned up at that point. I mean, I guess if it's a 1 ounce shot of coffee, but Is this a 4th grade math channel? No. Fidelity just exercised most of my sold April 21st upstart CCs. This is the first time I've been exercised on Fidelity. Wild stuff. Huh. My new thing is wait for better entries and adjust stop loss as soon as I'm profitable around 50% of my profit target so I don't lose money and let it ride, adjusting SL accordingly. Okay. I mean, you should do that anyway. Yeah, you gotta work on the discipline of it, but people should be doing that on every single trade. If you're profitable and you don't have a stop, you're doing it wrong. What's the upper resistance for SPX? 4100. We're sitting on it right now. Kind of taking a break as we move here into the midday and volume dies off. I would say that we can chop between here and 4110 over maybe the next like half hour, maybe a little longer. Did many puts sell off in the test of 4100 there? I don't think so. Bigger Q told me if blank is going to hit my price target of blank by end of blank, I want a full port into it, but only if you can guarantee it will happen. Thanks. For newer entries into NVIDIA puts, is it better than to enter after it breaks GN, June theta? Yeah, I mean, you can confirm the breakdown. Obviously, puts will be more expensive then, but hey, Gork, why haven't things been the same since Jfresh shot in the bird sanctuary hot tub? Are gold and silver's price action heavily impacted by the index drop, or can they inverse with their own cycles unless there's a steep market correction? Slightly, could be slightly impacted by the index's drops. Obviously, gold runs on fear, right? Fear. You can think of gold as better than to think of it as a store of value, is to think of it like the VIX, where it's a signal of fear. If markets are dropping, people are more afraid. How long would you give SPY 390, 400 for April 21? I'm thinking about making a decision to cut this week since they might not make it out till SLD. You can always move the strikes up. Can you do a school of stock video about reading intraday options movement? No. And good places to watch it? Also no. Place to stop and took profit. I made 160. Am I a god? No. Gurk, sorry to bother again, but do you see Asana breaking down anytime soon? Chart is really confusing at the moment. You keep asking me about this stock. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't care about it. It doesn't have like enough history or financial data to make any like decent assessment. They have like a packaged software which I know nothing about. It looks like it's turning around a little bit, but nothing else looks super bullish right now. So I don't know if it's going to last or if it's just speculation leading into their next earnings. They've been doing moderately well, right? And their profit margins are kind of going up. But they're probably roughly near fair value, if not trading in a little excess of it. Do you work there or something? Is that why it's such a odd stock to be interested in? Is there something wrong with the Discord? I only have access to general chat. Are you logged in? Log out and log back in. Make sure all your drop down menus are clicked and you don't have them just like closed. Hey, Dirk should host School of Donk tutorial with sit-ups and side bends to rest pores. Why no? Are these trade secrets I need to figure out on my own? I have no interest in helping you learn any of that at all. But Gurk, aren't you supposed to be emotionally invested in our bags? No. Leave the server and rejoin. But oh, the Discord? Yeah. I've used Asana's work planning and tracking stuff. It's not bad. Okay. I mean, they don't really have a lot of financial history yet. Like, I don't know if it's something I'd want to just like buy and go long on based on the initial debut of their product, but maybe I'm wrong. Composite Man sees my stops and I'm scared. That's probably reasonable. Like I said, we can trade up to 41.10 over the next like, well, now like 20 minutes, but man, figure out your own positions, Mohammed. I have no interest in advising you on which way to go. I forgot to mention, I don't think we paid them any money to use it. Oh, that's not good. I've been shorting it for some time. Oh, okay. I'm afraid of some crazy move up on it. Why don't you just set stops? I like the short from its like massively over exuberant debut, but thing is, PiFi tells us the answers if you listen to the stream enough and read Discord. Sometimes, some things, not everything. There is no altruism in finance. "45th President Donald J. Trump will deliver remarks live on Rumble at 8:15 EDT." Who gives a shit? There's no altruism. There's some truism. Hmm. The person having Discord issues needs to leave and rejoin. I think they got that. Being gone for an hour, I feel like I should be positioning further to the downside today and close my calls and reposition down. Okay. I mean, that's kind of what other people are doing right now. Cobra, I'll teach you about all the things in the world that don't matter. But I'm not going to teach you about the ones that do. Just like the school system. Yeah, exactly. At least I'll be honest about it up front. It's been like 6 months since stopping in. Ever turn that extra house you acquired into an OnlyFans place to hang out? No, it's just sitting there. My Gruyere is crumbly because I kept it in the freezer. What do I do? Throw it out? It's disgusting. It's almost as if reading and listening to good information and testing your skills at something makes you better at doing said something. Yeah. How important is the balance of trade non-manufacturing PMI data tomorrow? I mean, the PMI data is moderately important. The 30-year mortgage rate report is, I mean, if it goes up, is important. I think we have ADP. We have ADP tomorrow too, right? The employment change. That's expected to be down. That's one of the reasons we probably won't see a ton more downside today. Is gold gonna break up here? Kind of looks like it is. It's been consolidating for a little while now. Damn, Russell's getting fucking hammered today. Holy shit. It's down 200 BPS? You're putting stops on your gold calls? I have some stops on them. I mean, these are like April 21 calls, so it seems like a good idea to have some stops. I'm fine with less downside as long as my 408's go in the money. How much time do you have on them? Would now be a good time to straddle 4100. Um, my problem there is it's going to be hard to buy the call out of the money. Unless we get a breakdown, which then makes the call slightly worse. So, I mean, it's not really an ideal range to straddle. It's just the long side support. Like a straddle at like 4090 or 4110 would arguably be better. Do you think there could be some random volatility spikes on GME in the next few days, week? I mean, I hope so. I mean, at least I hope it continues to see some. I've been trying to sell calls when it's above, 22.50, 23. I still have about 800 more calls I need to sell. Cat is legit getting wrecked. Yeah, it was a really hard rejection on the trend there. I don't know how much of that's just like people taking profit on short dated calls though. When these mega caps sell off last April 21, remember when that was plenty of theta? Yeah. I mean, it is still for some things. It just depends. One DT intraday trade already took 30%. Nice. Um, could you point at your camera with an angry look like an old Uncle Sam poster? I need motivation when I make white. No. That's a weird request. I don't want to help you with that. Adopted by the clown market. I learned more about economics on this channel in a year than I did in 5 years studying economics. I'm sorry. I mean, the current level is not supported by anything already. Alkanos. So yeah, your analogy isn't far off. Your metaphor. Based on what you have to go through with GME it must be like a full-time job for DFV. Maybe. I mean, unless like he can just get he probably just sets a limit and then, waits for it to fill. It's kind of a bitch sometimes. I'm really trying to milk a specific amount of profits out of my covered calls right now though. So it's like cuz I want my GME shares under 0 by the time I'm done selling CCs. Dole down 243 BPS. Don't tease me with your nonsense. It's not enough. Don't talk about Dole. I should have bought so much more. I should have like quarter ported into it. What's TFE's cost basis? $12 pre-split. I mean, after selling covered calls, probably nothing. If he sold covered calls once in 2021, his shares are free. My 20k Dole shares hurt from the drop. Really? I just, I don't know. I kind of would just want to buy more. Are people gonna stop eating fucking pineapple? The pineapple industry is huge. I waited for the Pickle Picks buy-in target for Dole, and it never came. It did. It just never came back. Can you tell NVIDIA that the markets are dying and it should play along too? I mean, it's down. What more do you want? Ooh. Man, we didn't pull back at all. Fuck. Is the market gonna move down really hard now? Got some serious fucking downside momentum here. Gherkin back? What did I miss? All your favorite things. VIX up, gold up. Market down. People want cat to happen to NVIDIA. Well, if cat falls below gamma neutral, or NVIDIA does, then sure. Gamma neutral is 258. Gamma max is like 295, I think. Have you become the proud owner of some regional bank stocks yet? No. No, I'm still hanging in there. Let's see. Which is my closest expiration? Um, I'm not. I don't think I'm getting assigned on Fifth Thirds. Key. No, I'm still okay. I'm still okay on both of them. I think this week Key Bank's more dangerous for me, but I don't think it's gonna fall below 11. I also sold the puts on it when IV was like 180%. So I mean, I could theoretically buy them back before it hits like 1150. IV stayed high for a while, like a few days. It took me like 2 days to dig through at least the important part of their financials that I wanted to look into before I sold CSPs. I just want cat down to 160. Well, I mean, if indexes fall off. Cat's extremely index exposed and illiquid, so its drops are really rapid. The problem with it dropping rapidly and shorting it is that it can bounce right the fuck back. So like cat will like wick down and it'll move like 6%, and then the next day it'll move back up like 6.1, and then your fucking puts are destroyed. It's much better to go like short the indexes because like Dow over the same period of time will have a nice like smooth downside, and then cat will be like this. All the way down. And when it pushes your puts, like say your puts are here, when it pushes your puts out of the money, Theta just eats them alive. Whereas, like, on Dow, you know, whatever level your put is at, it's going to stay in the money as the index continues to fall. That's why I don't short cat. You can ask a lot of people in the Discord who've tried to short cat in the past how that works out. Generally speaking, very, very bad unless you get really lucky. And it's like not like a lot cheaper to short cat versus DJX or DJI. DGIA, whatever the fuck the ETF is. Gap fill on Lyft. Thoughts on Ally? Largest auto loaner with auto loans increasing in defaults. I'm not particularly fond of Ally. I shorted them a little bit during the fiasco a couple weeks ago. I made decent money on it, and that was it. Booking Holdings, $2,600. But what's their PE? I mean, it's probably due to having a smaller float. Holy fuck, check out the call put skew on Apple 165, 915. Add the money call is 4.1 more expensive than add the money put. Despite call only being $1.20 in the money, puts underpriced, big time. Yeah. Puts are very cheap right now. I just bought 4080s for like $15 to $13 a contract for 6 DTE. Puts are cheap as fuck right now. Especially on like big mega caps. Like Microsoft puts are really cheap too. Not as cheap as Apple, but cheap. The only cat short that worked for me was the earnings hedge. That was great. That was great because it dropped and then went back up the next day. Any support at 40.95 today? No. There's really not a lot of support below 4100. This is starting to look pretty bearish until we get some sell side exhaustion, which we're kind of far away from right now. You got a chance to look into those insurance companies Mr. Poopy Pants mentioned in the Discord? I don't see any of them that are particularly attractive shorts. Just from like maybe like if you're just straight shorting them, but I mean most of them don't have very active options chains. The ones that did look good. So yeah, that wasn't particularly interesting to me. I thought about shorting AIG. But I just think there's better opportunities. Better opportunities of better bear cases that don't have such long time horizons. Request to not play the bear song at any point today. Well, VIX is about to break 20, which is kind of a big deal. I think the ones that would be ideal to short are the newer companies that are more exposed to interest rate risk. Problem is a lot of those companies are 50 plus years old. Yeah. Some of them have transferred a lot of that interest rate risk into assets. Yeah, their interest rate risk isn't like the banks. Well, they don't have the same like demand, right? Dirk told me to get wrecked yesterday and it hurt me. Get wrecked. Do you think we'll see your positioning range for this week on Pickles Fix is 40.80 on the low end? If we break below that today, do you think we'll see the low end of your bearish range at 39.98 and fill the gap? It's possible. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question. If we break below 40.75 even, 4,000 looks really good. VIX is very close to pushing over 20. I wonder if we see any pushback on this. That was sick. 4K on 0 DTEs. Thanks, Senpai. Congratulations, man. Drill, drill. Why is the market... I don't know if market crashes on the menu for today. That seems awfully... We're down about 82 BPS. We've got a long way to go before we're anywhere near market crash territory. It's like, are we there yet when we haven't even pulled out of the garage? Curious why the low end of your bearish range would end at the top of a gap to the downside. Because we can find support at the top of the gap. And at 4,000, which is an extremely important strike. Yeah, gamma flips between like 40.78 and 40.70. Was it like 40? I think it was like 40.72. What's the long term one? 40.72 and 40.77. So there's like a $5 range there. Only 900 BPS to go. Yeah, it's a big drop. Still holding April 21, 38.50. Yeah. Unfortunately. Although, I've averaged them down a bit. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
to sell the top and move. You don't, your stock is going down, not up, your base is upside down. You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's Tuesday. Bear, bear, be scared, not a fucking care bear. Bear, bear, don't care, all up in your dare, yeah. Bear, bear, big bear, and now your board is down, 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 down.
They nail the top of the VIX with the song. I wonder if perhaps, perchance, that we go down in the morning and really back up and rally back up in the afternoon. Maybe. Your song scared the bears. I mean, I figured we'd get rejected at VIX 20. I have a 616 put on a ticker that doesn't get much options play. Price now 0.1 from strike. Yeah, bid ask far apart. Tried to sell in the middle, but no bites. Is this common with tickers with less options traffic? Yes. Yeah, if the strike is illiquid and there's no one actively making the market, you may just end up not getting a fill. You can set the order and leave it until you do get a fill, but it could be some time before you do. Didn't I post a CVVWAP in the Discord this morning? Or the daily? It hasn't moved much. It's at like negative 11 right now. Slow resolution through this part of the day. I don't think this relief rally holds up much longer, but it might. So remember I said earlier that without any interest on SPX in this range, like 4,100 down to 4,075, we want to look for support and resistance here on futures, which you can see we bounced off that once, like 1.5 standard deviation. Let's just go. This probably isn't going to act as a very strong support. But it has acted as support in the past, so maybe we test back to the underside of like 4,100 off of this. Also, 4,120 has got a lot of interest on it for futures, but does September 400's P on SPY have a chance to go in the money? I'm only half joking. I mean, understandable. I mean, Fidelity and Schwab are pretty safe. Like, Schwab has a little bit of bond risk right now, but I prefer like long-term positions in the boomer brokers. They hold lots of other people's long-term positions. I don't need access to margin with those accounts. And I don't need good options execution. It also keeps me from doing stupid shit like using my long-term holdings as margin leveraged against short-term options trades, which has probably saved me a lot of money at some point. I don't know when, but I'm sure it has. $14.6 is fine for RSI, especially on the daily. What are you eating? Brown rice cocoa pebbles and English muffins. I mean, Thinkorswim's considered by many to be the best, like the best, like trading platform. I don't like TDA, but for options trading, I primarily use IBKR and WeBull. JPM's collar put in place with a single strategy in mind? Yeah, that's for a hedged equity fund. They don't care what happens. Let me make this really clear. JPM does not care what happens to the market at all, as long as it doesn't go over under 3260. Or too far over wherever they sold their calls way the fuck out of the money. What you eating? Like shitty, healthy Cocoa Pebbles. They have ancient grains. No, it's not metal. Thank you so much, NW. Did you kill it today? I appreciate it, man. Maybe. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Can we get crazy zero DTs together? Define crazy. $15 BPS out of the money. Is that crazy or just a pullback to our previous low? Can you eat your cereal with a straw? How do you do that? You need a very wide straw. Ugh. Like, chunky. Well, I do know. I do know it now, half score. Is there a way to input your entry on option strat? I don't think so. You just look at the price, right? Like the contract price at the strike you want to enter at, or like the price you want to enter at. I think if you have the premium version, you can save stuff, but I refuse to give them money for that. I thought you had to pay them to save your trades. Or does it, like, you can save them, but it just doesn't track it? Thoughts on selling in the money CCs on GME this week? Up to you. Good luck. Do you think brokers would ever integrate option strat like stuff into their interface? I could see brokers like WeBull and like Tasty Trade doing it because they want people to trade more. The morning DD chart shows GME liquidity tightening, but price is relatively flat. Would you expect to continue to grind down through April OPEX, or could liquidity run out earlier? So on a dropping market, they're going to cover whatever outstanding obligations that they've been holding since GME ran at earnings, right? And then once they've covered that, they'll short the shit out of it. You can copy and paste the web address since that holds the contract, quantity, open price, and close price. It allows closed expired contracts for total P&L tracking. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Brokers don't want fewer retailers meddling on the markets. They make money on commissions. The SEC might. Big financial institutions outside of brokerages might. Which could explain the sudden pump and then drop off. Yeah. Looking at the video on the 1 day, sure looks like it's going up to 285 before coming down. Agree, disagree? I mean, I don't think 285 is out of the realm of possibility, but it's not going to do it on a falling index. Like, so if indexes are going to continue to trend down, then no, I don't think so. Oh, shit. Oh, that still looks pretty bearish. Ooh. So in the long term, it's looking bearish, but on the short term, it's looking like we might find a little stabilization here in this range. So sell CCs on the covering, expecting the shorting to keep CCs safe. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Any chance that Friday's holiday can allow some kind of deferral? I know it's not during OPEC settlement, but wondering if some weird rule can apply. I mean, Friday's holiday will have a deferral period, but we don't have anything due this Friday, so I don't think it would matter. Clapton America, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling.
Can you moan louder when SPX has down candles? I could try. Yes, I got a song. Doji ES 15 minute? Yeah, maybe. Failure to test 130. Well, it almost did.
I feel like I feel like a test of 130 shouldn't be out of the question here, but it's still falling a little short. But the momentum's definitely not favoring the bull side. At least not right now. VIX is in a better range though, or at least a slightly less bearish range. Oh god, Darth is gonna lose it. Remember the good old days of GME stuck between 110 and 130? Remember the good old days of GME stuck at 180? One sec. Hmm. Mm. Bearish formation on SPX, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know if it's done consolidating up. Give me 1 second. Take a look and see if the options chain has changed any. I'd imagine 4,000's, 4,100's gotten a lot weaker. Yeah, put interest has increased quite a bit in this range. Hmm. Yeah, call interest is falling off pretty rapidly on the longer dated calls. Hmm. Son of a bitch. I'm just trying to move something between some accounts. Sorry. Shit. I never want that fill. Decent BTU bounce. Yeah, commodities are warming up a little bit. Copper's doing okay. What's steel looking like? Steel's not doing too hot. Hmm. JPAT wants less workers and more ultra pours. Well, we'll see. Yeah, Cat 180 days is SS still making memes of GME at 18. I have no idea. Bearish formation on SPX. If gold crashes down this summer, a bunch of retirement age people who are full porting in are going to be working minimum wage jobs, and JPAL will get his workforce. Upstart borrow rate 324 on iBorrow. Okay. Is this a good place to buy puts for incoming downside? I don't know. It might be. There's something I've learned about GME is that it's an actual market indicator now. It's not that illiquid right now. Do you have an anticipated top for copper or a range? I'm an electrician, and the price of it directly affects the price of our services, which will add costs to our clients. I'm not actually sure where it's going to end up. I think it's going to go up. The demand's pretty high. I mean, obviously, there's plenty of supply, both through recyclers and miners, but yeah, I expect demand to rise over the next like 2 to 3 years, especially as we move more and more into like over to electric cars. That the amount of copper used in those is insane. Yeah, I think it'll go up. I mean, I'm long copper. I don't know how much it's gonna go up. I've been loading up with copper for a while. It's a great, super long-term play with EV. Yeah, I agree. Tweakers ruining houses for copper pipes incoming. It hit 475 last year. It was crazy high historically. Yeah, I think it could potentially go higher. Like copper reserves have been dwindling lately. I know LME is very low on reserve supply of copper. I've played it a few times, Yoza. So I passed my Canadian derivatives exam. Dope, dude. Thanks for your help. No problem, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. AMC should have bought Pornhub. I don't think they had enough money. Mm. Yeah, we're starting to build up a lot of bearish momentum again. There's profit taking on the call side. I think if we get rejected at 4100 here, it's going to be pretty bad for the rest of the day. Yeah, and futures still haven't tested 4130 after all this time. So I think if this breaks down, maybe in fairly spectacular fashion. Yeah, 46 is still good. What do I buy for copper exposure? I mean, there's like there's a shitload of different companies you can target. You can target like refiners, recyclers, miners. There's ETFs. No, not really. That's HBM's the only one I have. Minor, not minor. Congrats, that's a difficult course. When I did mine, it was to get into RBC's DI team. Oh. The gold is Barrick? Yeah. Yeah, gold is Barrick. GLD is the gold ETF. All right, this is rejecting now. That looks awful. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I appreciate it. No, not quite yet. It's very slowly turning more bearish. Probably want to wait for futures to like confirm the rejection before we get some volume. But see, we have like this downside consolidation into more bearish momentum on futures. I got here on the 15-minute. This is already starting to break down. See our volume profile. FCX is a strong miner with significant copper exposure. I think they're a bit expensive, though. Like, I like HBM because even though you take on some political risk, you get it at a really steep discount. Am I going to regret taking the rest of my 408Ps at 70% profit? Probably. We have a local dairy farm that delivers weekly. I just got some milk delivered. So good. Nice. I don't remember what your expiration was, though, Hazy. If you were expiring today, maybe not. Why are we talking about miners? Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe it's miner. Like people who extract minerals from the ground, not minor. No miners. Only miners. Fucking nerds. What's critical margin on SPX? That's not a thing. What's wrong with being a nerd? I hate the god-awful shit posting that occurs on the YouTube chat. It's not even original or creative. Like, get good at shit posting if you're gonna shit post all day. It's like, ah ha ha, minor joke. Very funny. What are you, 5? Quadruple top? Mm, starting to look more bearish. Just profit taking on the call side. I mean, I suppose I could flag your account for ban evasion if you want me to, bipolar bear, and then YouTube will IP ban you. Gherkin is going to end up in a mandatory YouTube class on how to treat your viewers. Don't do that, please. I won't, because even though you're an irritating person, I don't think you're a bad person. I'll put more effort in if you show us your calves. It's not worth it for me. I need to save those for if I blow my port up. Most of us never grew up past, what, 18 or 21, depending on gender. That's possibly true. I'm not saying I'm extra mature, but like, okay, the one guy made the minor joke, and it was like, haha, very funny, clever wordplay, right? But then like 50 other people do it. Make up your own fucking joke. A viewed calf is a happy calf. Kirk's calves are jacked because his legs are restless. Joke of the day, half squart's port. Fair enough. Isn't the risk of you blowing up your port near zero? It could still happen, theoretically. Like, I'd be unhappy if NVIDIA went to 230 today. Or 300. Thoughts on entering June? Netflix 275p. I think they're a little too far out of the money. Like, they don't give you a lot of opportunity to manage the position after like the May monthly expiration. So you're not gonna be able to do a lot of positional management after quarter one earnings, basically. It might be better to have something that you think will be in the money by then. It depends on the size of the port, Yaga. A 90% loss on $1 million port still means that you have some money left, right? Like you're not destitute. But you know, a 90% loss on a $10,000 port, you're kind of fucked. It's hard to make a hedge port go to zero. The market will be confused which way to go. Seriously, will the copper spike give my house a spike in value from the copper pipes? I'm looking to sell it in the next couple of months to pay for more NVIDIA puts. Probably not a lot, no. That's on Apple 616 150. That doesn't seem so bad. holding that contract's probably gonna be like watching paint dry, but did someone say down 90% on a 10K port? Welp, I've had 7 of those. Have you learned to set stop losses yet? I'm gonna go with based on your AMD position now. And if you can afford to YOLO $10,000 7 times, then you're clearly in a your style of living hasn't had to change dramatically. Then you're probably in an okay place. You should just stop gambling. How long does it take? That's just like 1 GPU, Yaga. How long does it take for houses to grow replacement copper pipes after ripping them out? That's not how that works at all. Mm. Yeah, Cat's getting fucking wrecked today. 5.26% already. I know they announced a mixed shelf, but I don't know if it was like I don't think they disclosed any of the terms of it. Well, IWM ever break 160? Seems like that's the line for a crash. I think the line for a crash is a bit higher than that on IWM. Hmm. Hold on. I'm trying to see if people are trying to get weirdly bullish into the end of the day. It doesn't look like it, but we didn't really get any serious downside here on this rejection. That's concerning. Because ideally we would get a little bit more. Okay. Low end 1060s can still play titles relatively well. Huh. Interesting. How long does it take for houses? Upper consolidation. My puts like this. Oh, they'll like it to a certain point. Okay, ES tested 130. It's gonna break over 401, but none of this shit is updating. This is gonna hit my stop, then bounce back down. I feel it. I guess we'll see. Ooh. Alright, I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. That's not working. Let's see. Still long side support at 4,100. I think it's most likely where we're gonna close the day. 4105 doesn't really have any negative gamma either. Which is, I think, one of the reasons we're pulling back here. Like, 4105 is slightly positive. 4110 slightly negative. The incremental gains here are still kind of benefiting the long side as we stay positive gamma. Can you do a live reaction to DRS rap? Are you talking about that fucking guy standing in a field playing a keyboard going like this? You guys, the people that are still left in that cult are a blight on humanity and a waste of oxygen. I briefly saw it. I think I watched like 15 seconds of it. We're talking about the headlining act of Ape Fest 2023. Would you call it an internet cargo cult of the finance world? I mean, it kind of is, yeah. For those of you who don't know what a cargo cult is, they're like, generally like native tribes that think that supplies are dropped from the heavens by the gods. If cringe was a rap song, was it a rap? Was there any rapping? I didn't get to the part where there was rapping. I thought it was just him saying DRS over and over again. How many brain cells did you lose as a result of watching it for 15 seconds? Too many. Like, way too many. Head and shoulders on the VIX. You know what that means. Nothing. Common Fed speaker. Push this down to 4075. Yeah, isn't someone talking at like 130? Who was it? Cook? Is Cook not one of the voting members? You don't think we see any more downside push this afternoon? I mean, we might. There could be more sell-offs, I suppose. You do care? I don't know about that. But I do know. Long WWE? I'm not. Are you? I don't like wrestling. So I'm not I don't understand being long it. Just because they're being bought out. Is there even a buyout price yet, or any kind of confirmation that they're going to be bought out? Did you watch wrestling as a kid? No. I thought it was stupid. What did I say puts were building? I said long dated calls were falling off the chain, but they have been for like 2 days. That's like a macro trend. Transaction value's new unnamed sports entertainment company at 21 billion. Oh, okay. It's funny that we go up when puts come in. That's, well, I mean, it's more desirable to buy puts when they're cheaper, right? I said we were gonna go back to like 4105. We're close. Almost there. There's like no put interest at 4105. So it's a very good level to like stabilize pricing at. I don't know if we're gonna go higher. Zero DTA calls still look pretty weak, although I would expect them to get more bullish with VIX dropping. Not much. 4110 still pretty negative. Oh, hey, this finally fucking loaded. Jesus Christ. What did I want to look for? How was I trying to open this? Oh yeah, IWM. Full port GME CCs into SLD, and up to you. I've got plenty of GME cover calls sold. Gamma flip is still roughly where it was. Not a lot of changes here on the longer time frame. I guess 4125 is sold off a little bit. 4150 is sold off a little bit too. For zero DTEs, yeah, kind of looks like we can get just hung up at like either 4105, maybe 4115. Although 4115 still seems like kind of a long way off. And futures, more importantly than anything right now, futures is getting a little bit of support at 4130. So if futures pulls back up, it could retest like 4150, which I think puts us around 4120 on SPX. Like we broke out of the consolidation here. And we broke up, but we didn't get like a lot of volume. So I don't know if this is just gonna fail or volume is gonna pick up to the upside. But we've got quite a lot of time either way. It's only 1:30 right now. Any chance we see the 4090s again, or is support too strong right now? I mean, we can break down back below 4100, but it's gonna take some call side capitulation. Hey Gerg, I have 5 3990p 421 up a little. I'm thinking I might not have enough theta. For 3990, you might not. Although you probably have a couple days to find that out. You may not enjoy those puts very much if we start trading up around 41.20. Buying a 51% position in WWE for $106 a share. Okay. Interesting. Huge IV pump on AMC. What do you think about going short vol on it here? Might be worthwhile. Like bear call spreads? Yeah. The put skew is insane, though. Risky, but really high. Yeah, calls aren't worth anything. Ah, I don't know. Probably not. Someone's gonna blow up. Someone's gonna probably come in and try to blow up the put positioning there. That call skew is kind of hard to ignore. Hmm. Later, easy. Ugh. Man, this new allergy medication is making me feel like a fucking zombie. Uh, there's just like 8 mini gaps on SPX. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Theta on the 421 gold calls getting thin. What are you looking for an exit? I mean, it kind of depends on if they go in the money, right? It's just gonna fail 4105. What are futures doing now? Volume on futures is kind of still consolidating. I guess we still have 11 minutes left on this candle, but it's off to a slow start. Grind up a little more. Hmm. How's the rest of the week looking? Thinking about cutting underwater puts. I think the trend is slowly shifting, but it's very slow. There's some ADP data tomorrow that could have some impact. But the non-farm payrolls and unemployment aren't until Friday, right? So I don't think we're gonna get like a lot of exciting macro data this week. Next week's crazy. We have, the realization of unemployment and non-farm payrolls, and then we also have CPI and PPI. Can you check Discord DM? Yeah. Dear God. No, there's definitely a correlation. I outlined that when I went over like the deferral thesis and why the buyer rate goes up before we run. For Upstart, I'm not too sure that the correlation is so high. Upstart's had a few spikes in its buyer rate that haven't led to any significant price action. Yeah, no worries, man. I'll try and go back and watch that. Okay, no problem. So my 405Ps aren't safe. I hate this place. I don't know. When do they expire, man? Just tell me today so I can tell you now. I just want to make sure you don't allow OnlyFans promotion here. Even if I do my best Gherkin impressions and show calves. No, sorry. Grind up a little more is how I wish my nights were at the disco. The disco? Three hours? 2 hours to expiration. I mean, those are just lotto tickets. Or even at fucking 40.90, those are lotto tickets. The only way you're gonna tax them right now is if futures sells off hard. Oh, oil's back up to green again. I wonder if oil rising is helping float the price a bit here. Although Russell and NASDAQ are moving up a little. Derek, what do you think of that? We're 58 basis points, or 48 basis points from a green day. It's still a long way off. We haven't even like broken up above 4105. My stop finally hit. Be ready for the market to tank. Yeah, timed it about perfectly. Hey, Greg, your smartness may be able to buy 2 orphanages and a cobalt mine. Those poor kids finally got a job. Thanks, man. Nice. You mentioned PPI. What do I do if mine is red and hurts a little? Probably get some antibiotics from a doctor. Yeah. Oh shit. Bond futures are rocketing. I wasn't even looking at that. T-bond futures are up 85 BPS right now. 5-year T-note futures fucking up 50. Interesting. Shirt off when Nvidia hits 150. Kind of wish this piece of shit market would crash already. I have about 4K GME, some for the OPEX plays to sell CCs over about 90 days. Can you go over how to use the others as less impressive but more reliable income stream? I mean, you're not going to be able to make money off your shares except through covered calls unless you lend them out at the borrow rate. How do you manage greed and exuberance? Both of those have helped me lose gains in previous positions. Also because I didn't put stops. Put stops. Stops are the cutoff for your emotions, right? Just don't put them and place them and don't ever get rid of them. Like once you've set one, the only thing you should ever do with it is move it closer to the money. You have to exercise self-discipline, which is not always easy. On day trades and stuff, you can fuck with them a little bit if you're already profitable. Like if you're trying to follow a trend, um, and keep from getting like stopped out. That's a bit different than, you know, like pulling back your stop because you think you want to take on a short-term loss. Just remember that like if you get stopped out of a contract, you can buy it back. It's not like the contract ceases to exist when you get stopped out of it. And if you can buy it back cheaper, then, you know, you've made more money. You can buy it back at twice the price, or just buy a different contract that better encapsulates the continuation of the move that you expect. Just buy it back. Gherk 2023. It was Gherk 2022 and 2021 too. Unless you're trading on hard mode, PDT. Why do you need margin if you don't have $25,000? Seriously. That's like working at Wendy's and being like, you know, I really need an Amex Platinum card. Fucking Boris. How you doing, Mike? Sells CCs. You still selling CCs? Do you need margin for spreads? Should you really be entering spreads if you don't have any money? And if you're selling spreads, you can just roll them, right? And you don't need to roll them that often. You're selling theta. You know it? I do. Yeah. I wish Jamie would go back over 2250 today so I could sell more. Margarine is a spread. Hmm. To be clear, I'm not on PDC or margin. I'm just jesting. I feel like you are, but other people are on both of those things. Like $5,000 in PDT, and they're playing, you know, trying to overtrade like dailies, and it's not. It's, if you're gonna use margin and you have a small account, you should probably be selling like longer dated spreads and trying to capture theta decay, and not being, you know, not trying to play near the money or anything overly directional, right? Like trades that you can just enter and then exit, not ones that you need to move around a lot. Am I shadow banned or do you hate me? Well, Fluffy deleted your message, but you're not shadow banned, and I don't hate you. I don't think. Mm, I mean, it's up a decent amount today. I don't like the leverage nature of it may not be bad right now. I don't know if it's really all that popular. There's also like what's the other one? GDXU, which is like 3x gold ETN. We get QQQ to 213 soon. Better grab puts on that or go calls on SQQQ. You're targeting 213 for QQQ? Or 313? Those are really far apart. $2.13's like a market crash. Maybe a little more than a market crash. Lol, he didn't stutter. 2.13. Jesus Christ. 3.13. You'd probably make more money off of going short QQQ than you would SQQQ. Yeah, short QQQ to 313 is 2.45%, which is a $6 notional move, roughly. And SQQQ would be like 7.5%. Which would put you around a $1 move, $1.20 move. So if you're playing options, yeah, QQQ would net you more profits. Also, I think SQQQ IV is pretty high right now. So you pay a lot more in IV. Market crash is not back on the menu because somebody had a typo in chat. Can you zoom in a bit on the SPX chart? Oop, where did it go? There it is. Plus 14, 150, also. Are you responsible for GME not going over 2250? I have no idea what you're talking about. How would I be personally responsible for GME failing to cross its 2250 resistance? That's ridiculous. DFE might be, but it's not me. Don't worry, I couldn't possibly sell as many covered calls as the volatility shorts do. Quick, buy them back all of a sudden. Hmm. Bobby popped 10% over the last hour. You mean 3 cents? How do you feel being outwitted by a fluffy towel outlet? I don't feel like I have been. Tell me about Bobby when it crosses the price I sold at. It's only what 52x away, right? How much do you think your CC is closing all at once? So to move GME, 50 cents? The last time I closed all my CCs all at once, it went down 4 cents. We're just gonna bounce along 4100 for today, then gap down in the morning. That's really possible, yeah. 4100's this like the strongest support. It's also the most attractive price in this level, right? You know, as we drift below, but since there isn't a ton of far dated put interest built up yet, especially at these levels, most of it's way lower on the chain. Um, we're just gonna like if we drift under 4100 and don't cross 4075, we're kind of just gonna float back up to 4100. And then if we go above 4100 by too much, we're probably gonna pull down towards 4100. I know it's not very interesting. We're just gonna bounce along for you. Don't you dare close, Gherk. Close what? I'm not closing anything. Relax. Is that VIX in the top left? I can't read it. It's not. It's KeyBank. Sorry. Is selling upstart CCs especially risky with it being on reg show right now? I don't care. What's up, Lugs? How you doing, man? Revlon being taken off life support. Well, I think the motion to destroy shareholder equity is already passed. I think there's like a 4-day period to appeal it or something. Nope, the market's just gonna trade between 4103 and 4101 for the rest of the fucking day. As the market goes down, will it start accelerating its drop as we approach 3885? If it goes down that far, yeah. Significantly so. You speed up as you pass it. That's a massive amount of delta. Remind me again where T69 comes from. Is it trading days or calendar? Also, is it on equities or indices? And it would be on both. Well, I guess indices don't really have fails, but equities and ETFs. And it's calendar days. Are you rediscovering T plus 69? Jfresh, you could look up Jfresh's DD on it. He goes over all of it. The cool thing about T plus 69 is it's sometimes true, but it's like a moving target. Any chance of Upstart running again like it did in Feb? Sure, yeah. You mean Jan? But, okay. Just needs a little more time, that's all. Upstart's still a good play? I think so, yeah. SPX just gonna trade flat into Friday's data, then pick up volatility on Monday? You mean going into CPI and PPI? I would expect that we'll probably get a little more volatility into the end of this week. And then we're just gonna lock back into another neutral range since the data this Friday comes out while the market's closed. Then I expect Monday the market will react to Friday's data. Then it will find another neutral range to stabilize in going into the inflation data. If Bobby pulled off the impossible and turned the business around, would you invest? Why? It's not like a business that I'd be interested in investing in. I think the sector is garbage. So even if they pulled off the impossible, I wouldn't have any interest in it. I already own fucking GameStop, and that's a fat enough bag. Oh, 750 calls from now, it won't be a bag anymore. T69 is sometimes true, like you just said, but it's related to large inflows in ETFs. ETF trading days are different than equities. Okay. Interesting. Is Upstart on the JJAO options expiration cycle? How can I check this on the options chain? You would see what options are available on it. Like when the options are made available. I can just check it right now. Um, Let's see. June, July, September, October, Jan. So October is the yeah. I think Upstart's on JJ. But JJAO's not an expiration cycle, it's a listing cycle. Yeah, no problem, man. Holy fuck, the end of today is boring as shit. I'm gonna binge watch some John Wicks. Nice. Later, graceful crotch racket. Gordon like plastic surgery? What? Seems like this is every day recently. Were you not here last week when the market fucking gapped up every morning, did nothing, and then ran like fuck into the afternoon? That happened yesterday too. The biggest difference is the gaps are getting tinier as the market maker catches up. Check DMs. What do you got, turd? T69. Okay. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't that be in line with using... I mean, that's just in line with using, like, ETF liquidity to... Yeah, that seems to be in line with using ETF liquidity to like, offset FTD obligations, right? So, I mean... We still have the same problem that no one's buying calls on GME, and that GME is not failing in any substantial way at this point, right? Unless we have more fails going into going into like earnings. I have a feeling that the period from earnings onward is going to have a significant number of fails. But this is, I mean, this is kind of like, you know, laundering the FTDs and ETFs, right? Across the basket, or at least across their holdings. T2 and T8. So T8, so T5 plus 3, right? T5 plus 3 and first cash settlement, though. That's the only way to get that much, because you'd have your T5 settlement, then cash settlement on the final day with the 72-hour ACH window. So does the T8 fluctuate between 7 and 8 days? So earnings was a combo of both T2 and 8 landing on the same day, which is why we didn't see the normal double top. Interesting. I mean, there was also, I mean, I agree with it somewhat, but there's also like the carryover effect. Like the double top, like the secondary top doesn't realize very much liquidity, generally speaking. So, I mean, I think like the T8 is both parts. It realizes some, but not a ton, right? Like most of the liquidity, like if you look back at like last March, right? Like most of the liquidity realization happened in the first leg up. I mean, you still need the like call buying and the market maker exposure to continue to drive price action, right? Otherwise, they can just net off the T8, like the secondary liquidity. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It seems like we're on the same page with it. It's nice to see the proof of it and the ETF flows, though. And kind of, if you want, I'll send you like the liquidity charts for those periods. If you wanna like DM me your start and end dates. Yeah. I make calls on Jimmy every week. I mean, I sell them first, but then I buy them. T70 is the second peak. That makes sense. Yo, well, like originally, like T plus. So T plus 69 for like, you know, it was a meme, but it was really like T42. Which was, you know, 35 trading days plus 7. So it was 35 trading days plus T plus 2 plus T plus 5 or T plus 5. But that was, Jfresh wrote that before we knew about like the ACH settlement for like XRT and shit. Why has your sound been out of sync with your mouth movement? It's like watching a Japanese film saying, "Prepare to die, you killed my father." My sound isn't out of sync. It was the last couple days because I had a filter on, but right now it's working just fine. I don't think it's off. Gop. Why are your 4080s so green? Mine's so red. I bought them at a better time than you, probably. I bought mine like back here. I think we're like just over 4120 or just under. It's off just a hair. I don't know. Maybe it's this fucking piece of shit camera. How are the tips looking on Upstart? Not particularly bullish. Weren't we supposed to be a... Yeah, that sounds about right. Upstart green? Not for long if the market drops off here. Not anymore. What's the deal with the like animosity from Upstart bulls? I have like 50,000 fucking shares of the stock. Because you want it to MOASS tomorrow and it's not going to? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the retail borrow rate skyrocketing isn't going to cause it to short squeeze for you. But don't act like you know more about what the fuck his stock's going to do than me. I've spent like 400 hours researching it. There's a reason I'm selling cover calls on it and not going long as fuck. Jesus Christ. It's like fucking Bobby people all over again. It probably is the Bobby people after they cashed out their fucking bags. I've been selling GME between like 26 and 18. You took it off the screen. That's why they're mad. Well, I need to look at VIX. So. Are you aware of the bank ETF overlap of Upstart? I mean, am I aware of Upstart's ownership in banking ETFs? Yes. It doesn't have very high exposure to them. Almost all of Upstart's ETF holdings are held in IWR and bots. Who instilled all this politeness and sympathy in you when you were young? You know, ironically, I had a very nice childhood. My mom taught me to be kind and sincere. and grateful for things. But I hate people, so it's at odds with my personality. I put my bags in the ground so they can sprout into larger and more numerous bags. Oh, so drip investment? Edwin, I will ban you if you keep updating me on BBBY. Is Cat a buy here, or is there more downside? There's definitely more downside. Is everything all right? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm very fatigued from my allergy medication. It's making me feel like dead. But other than that, things are great. I made some nice money on gold today. Manifest a Nvidia crash. How do I do that? Do I just like rub a rock, or is there something I have to charge in the moonlight? But are you gonna short gold? No. God, no. Why am I gonna short gold right now? All the boomers are buying it. Long gold. We all need to troll chat GPT to manifest a Nvidia crash. Greg, I accidentally changed my stop limit to limit a little while back at 10% gains. Out for the day, avenge me, kick the bag holders' asses. I love you. Hopefully Nvidia drops to 0 soon. Well, hold on. After Friday. Okay. Hopefully Nvidia drops to 0 after Friday. I couldn't be more clear on it needing to be after this week. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, hopefully Nvidia drops to 0 next week. That'd be fantastic. We could also get a shout out for Nvidia not going over 285. That would be great too. 231 by Friday, perfectly okay. Thursday, actually. Yeah, fuck Nvidia. Fuck Jensen Huang and his stupid language models. And his giant fucking inventory of cards he can't sell. You can tell the libraries are large by how large they are. How large are they? Mega. But not all of them, right? Some are smaller. I'm pretty sure his name is not actually Jensen, but he's gone by that moniker for some time. I think it's like Jen Soon. Sorry. If I'm not mistaken. That might be misspelled. Sorry if it is, but I think that's right. But he goes by like Jensen. No, that's like actually his like nickname. Like he actually his nom de plume, if you will. Do you think the market will let Nvidia get away with a second earnings like that? I mean, it's absurd not to address the decrease in revenue, but I guess it's his only play. Probably not. I mean, I think they're gonna have a hard time with quarter 1 reporting, um, unless they start doing some massive layoffs. And frankly, Nvidia's headcount's not that high. I work from home alone in my house for so many hours a day. I'm actually super thankful to have you in this stream for some fun and education while selling my life to the man. So thanks. Yeah, no problem. Who would you prefer to lay your quivering body down and whisper sweet nothings to you whilst feeding you grapes? Kenny G or J Pow? I mean, I think it goes without saying that J Pow is the way more attractive of the two choices. Um, Ken Griffin looks like a small boy in an old man's body. So, yeah, I'd probably go with J-Pow. I'm sure I have some repressed daddy issues. He could help me solve them. With gold being long, is JNEG a decent buy? Uh, I'll look at the options chain on it. Could be okay. Fuck, man, it's kind of slim, you know. I'm not gonna lie, the spreads are atrocious. So if you want leveraged gold exposure, you probably would be better off going with like one of the ETNs. Oh no, I got stopped out of my NRGU. No. Oh well. 443.54. Okay, I'll take it. Um, what is it? GDXU? GDXU is like if you're just gonna buy shares of leveraged gold exposure, GDXU is 3x gold. I don't own any ascots, but I could obtain them very easily. What would it take for VIX to get to 23 by the end of the week? Continuous drop in price or a lot more put buying? Both of those things could do it, actually. Oh, fuck yeah. I just hope SPX goes back to 39.65 in the next 5 trading days. Forgot to like the stream. Well, does that mean you liked it? Thank you, Ara, if you did. Close below 4080 would be nice. Close below 4080 would be ridiculous. Is that gonna happen? Maybe. Futures volume is picking up to the downside right now. Unless we just find support at 4120 again. Which would kind of suck. Honestly. Like, if we're gonna build out this fucking bear flag, we're gonna be chopping for the rest of the day. Right? Like if this is gonna do one of these fucking things, you know, that's gonna put us like maybe into like tomorrow. That would suck. That would suck bigly. Let's hope that doesn't happen and we get some more fucking volume than that. And this just fails. SQQQ bull puts back out of the money. Yay. I don't think all of mine are yet. No. The ones I sold at 28 and 29 are happier. Well, 32, I guess, now. I kind of wanted to get assigned on the 30, 32, and 30s. Hmm. Oh well. What if the line goes from that peak down steeply? I mean, that would be ideal. The ideal scenario here is that we've already realized the bear flag. I'm looking on too long a time scale, and we've broken down here, right? that this is in fact the breakdown, and that volume is going to pick up in the next 7 minutes to the downside, and we're gonna off a fucking cliff like that. But until we break 4110 here, is that at 4110 now? Yeah, until we break down below 4110. Stopped out of some June puts for a profit. That doesn't feel soon. Okay. Feels a bit chasey to re-enter now. All right. What sort of upside do you see as likely for a bounce? Man, you said a lot of things there. Well, first off, I would say that your stops on your like 90 DTEs may have been a little tight. You have a very long time to realize your thesis in the event that you have that much theta. But since you're already out, we'll move on from that, and we'll discuss the chasiness of it. When you have a 90-day window, I don't particularly feel that you're being very chasey on, what is this, a 29 basis point move. But there should be re-entry opportunities above 4,100. What the fuck was that bullshit candle? That was a bullshit candle. Which, if I'd been paying attention to the 15-second, I might have been able to warn you about. Someone DM me their penis. I think a couple of us found a gorgeous swing trade with lots of room to run. Is it a rounded bottom breakout, Stefan? Unless it's an inverse ETF, I'm not sure I want to know about it. Yes, the upstart cost to borrow is very high. It wasn't dipped in green and it wasn't secret. It was just out in the open. How do we exercise SPX calls? They're cash settled. You can't exercise them before expiration. Who cares what I call it? How about instead of RBB, we call it Relief Rally towards 200 SMA with 4 months long bottom being built? How about 5 months of bottom? Here's the problem with RBBs. The biggest problem with RBBs is unless buy pressure comes in, you just keep trading the fucking rounded bottom and they keep breaking down. They don't always have to break up or gain momentum. Even when you think you've confirmed momentum on the eight crossover, right? And you're like, oh yeah, this is definitely going to go up now. They can just tank. Because we're in an environment where the market gets rug pulled like every 5 days. And then moon's the next. There's periods of time, especially if we hit a recession, where rounded bottom breakouts are not going to be very good. They're not going to be a very good signal of anything. And really, they're just like momentum crossovers anyway. But yeah, they're not a good signal in a recession or in highly volatile environments, which VIX isn't really above 20 right now, but it's very close. And we could enter like a 6-8 month period where VIX is consistently higher than like 2025. I mean, I feel like the Tesla play is a really good example of that, right? Like it had all the right technical signs. It even had the other signals backing it up. Like, they had their deliveries coming in. They've got that uncertainty period before earnings, and then it just got fucking rug pulled, right? The time period in which rounded bottom breakouts are most successful, you can pretty much just go long any mega cap and make money. They very rarely happen independently outside of larger index moves. Since we're going into a recession, are you going to tell us how to be less degenerate than we already are? And what doesn't work anymore? Would it matter if I did? What's up, JC? I understand that, but whatever. Send it to me. I mean, it's just. I guess there's no point in saying this to you, but I'll say it to other people. Trading strategies, like specifically signal trading, comes with a lot of risk. Market dynamics can change, and they can change rapidly, and you can lose a lot of money trading your signal, whatever it is, before realizing that the market is no longer favoring that signal. Knowing multiple different signals can be helpful, but there are periods where market volatility is higher and technical trends and thus technical signals become much less reliable, and it happens very, very quickly, and you can lose lots and lots of money if you don't understand that or how to adapt them for the market trends. I do not know very many successful signal traders. Very, very few. And the ones that are successful are generally very well capitalized and highly risk averse, and do not yield significant profits over the S&P. Signals are easy. Everyone can do them. There's a reason that, their information about them is so widely available. It's been a while, and my Zillionaire somehow expired, just like my out of the money DTEs. I see that. How you been, man? I used my 8-ball to guide me with my decisions and signals. Nice. Intel's Habana chipset offers 2 to 3 times the price to performance of NVIDIA's H100. Does it skirt the current restrictions, like the executive order restrictions on Chinese chips? The advantage of the H100, even though apparently no one's really buying it, yeah, but fundamentals are for like a buy and hold. So I mean, I understand that you're like trading companies that are good or stable, which is great, right? But like that's a very different type of time horizon and holding period than I'm going to trade this momentum signal, right? So, confirming that you're trading a stock that's not going to go bankrupt in the, 30-day time horizon that you're playing a momentum play, I don't think is really all that relevant, right? I mean, I guess you can ensure that, short interest might be lighter, but that doesn't mean index exposure is, right? James Rowland indicator has lost people tens of thousands that I chat with. People need to take in all types of opinions and then make their own analysis. That's because it's fucking MACD. It's like MACD with volatility. It's taking price volatility from the candles and presuming that that's going to create... I mean, it's really no different than BBKC, right? Like Bollinger Band squeezes combined with MACD, except it's throwing the signal in a different place. I mean, most oscillators do the same fucking shit. They tell you lies about the past by smoothing the data over time. I mean, not all shorts are shorting for bankruptcy, Stefan. And I don't know any institution that really heavily relies on Zimajewski scores unless they're buying like distressed assets like bonds. Like in the equities markets, no one's using that. Not extensively. You're talking about a very small subset of like bears that care about that. Most equity shorts aren't like I mean, especially ones that are trading momentums aren't gonna give a shit about bankruptcy possibilities, right? New trading strategy. Every morning I throw a dart at a list of tickers. Pro, I look so cool when I do it. Con, the cost of the new monitor every day is killing my P&L. Well, you know, sacrifices that have to be made. It's similar to what I do with my losses, lie to myself, and smooth out the dips with more cash. Nice. Pretty sure Fubo's Zimajewski target. It could be Altman Z too. Zimajewski is not really a very good analysis tool to use on Fubo. Fubo is a tech company and it has like value that isn't intrinsically defined by its balance sheet. Zimajewski is not super great for tech. Like it'll just on any successful tech company, it'll give you a negative score, right? And was it Zimajewski is negative positive, and then you know it'll give you a bankruptcy score on any like startup tech because their balance sheets are terrible, right? Like us, we're shorting NVIDIA to a more fair valuation. Not successfully. Actually, I'm sure Apple probably has a very good Zimajewski score. I would say Amazon most likely does too. They may not have at different periods of growth. I said to send it to me. I'll take a look at it. I don't need you to draw up a trade. I know how rounded bottom breakouts work, man. You just fucking send me the name of the stock. I don't need like a full fucking write up on it. Unless you're trying to bias me out of the gate and you don't want an honest opinion. In which case it looks great. Whatever it is. Wow. What an awesome find. Intel's Gaudi 2 chips are manufactured in Taiwan. Should be good as long as Taiwan doesn't pose a national security threat to the US. I think the US has security guarantees with them. So I think it's Skirts Act. Okay. He doesn't want you to lock in the price by selling covered calls. I highly doubt that's going to happen. 4080 end of day. IA. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a bearish drop here. I don't know how much momentum it's gonna have. Jesus Christ. Longside interest has lost so much fucking value. Like, anybody just sitting on calls right now has lost, like, since the run up. Like, if they were holding calls through this, they're down like 24% from peak profitability. 24, 23%. That's rough. 26? Maybe it's like 26. That's gonna make you want to take profits. Well, not you guys, but most people. My puts are down 70%. Those are rookie numbers. Huh. I think someone told me to take a look at this the other day. I don't particularly like it. It's just moving with the index. It seems to have very low volume interest of its own outside of index moves. The momentum currently doesn't favor it, although it may retest like 1750. I think the failure on the back end will see a lower high. Was that Applebee's? No. Hey yo, if you're feeling it, please consider dropping a like or subbing to the stream. Aren't all these people subbed? So are you guys not receiving and clicking my bell? Click my bell. Click it. A bunch. Till I capitulate. Sick. Did NVIDIA hit a banana during the NVIDIA 500 and is now spinning out? Well, you know, when you're buying NVIDIA 275 and 280, you know, suddenly its price dropping becomes a lot scarier, right? Aren't, aren't we not just subscribers? We're mostly members. I mean, a lot of people are just Cornishons vis-a-vis the Pigeon Whale donation programs, right? Are we gonna do this thing for like 4 days where we fight with the VIX? I don't have the patience for this the second time around. This is fucking bullshit. What about that bro that has calls at 300 right now? Do you think he's scared? He might be. Yeah, we gotta retest 4100. Let's go. Actually, we may not have enough momentum for that. If it breaks 1750, tests and holds, it has to hold 18. There's no OI support at 1750. But if it breaks 18, tests and holds, sure. The problem is to capture that, you kind of have to be in now, and if it fails now, you get fucked. This also doesn't have like a ton. This doesn't have a ton of like data either. They IPO'd in April 21. There is without a doubt some short interest on this stock. Hmm. Pigeon whale subsidies. That's how we stimulate the economy. What color will the capitulation be? I don't know. White? I started making $25 a month, so I give it to Gherk. You know the reason SPX is scared of 4080? You drew the bottom part of the orange box there. I know where I drew it. I did that on purpose. Is it scared of the red? Is that what you're saying? So you want me to move it? You know what would be cool? A huge NVIDIA gap down. That would be kind of awesome. Yeah, I agree. Who hires these people? How can they get jobs at institutions? Their family members and their family members' friends, and then, you know, HR people. Is that why Elon pumped Doge? Probably so he could dump his bags on people and pay off bills for Twitter. College buddies, like nepotism, but legal. I mean, nepotism's legal. Most likely it was so he could afford Cornish on. Yeah, interesting. I wish we'd stop floating back up to 4,100 and just fail. This is getting boring. Yeah, it's power hour. Futures may or may not sell off into the end of the day. We'll find out soon. Did you see the express deficiency warning? What, they have to fucking reverse split the stock? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I know. That's fine. I hope they reverse split it a bunch. 25-1 would be very cool. I think that would have a profound impact on anybody looking for liquidity on Express. Do reverse splits always lead to forced recalls? Not always. What's your secret to a good homemade baked mac and cheese recipe? Not to overcook your macaroni before you make it. Mr. Little Pickle, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Enjoy shitting on the pores for as much time as you're with us, which is now forever. Because we have a very strict blood in, blood out policy.
He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Give me some Chan. What does that even mean? With Express, I wouldn't be surprised if their partner just starts buying shares. I'm wondering if that's not the reason the board was so subdued at earnings. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, given that they bought like $25 million worth of shares at $4. It seems silly not to average down at fucking 70 cents. I'm okay with that. Just made my day as a filthy boy. You weren't always. What happened? Sub Gurk Barry here. Be making white while others are making brown. That's all. Noted, Barry. Is NVIDIA out of crank? Maybe. Well put. Mistakes were made. I understand. Today my latte was wrong. Puts on Starbucks, short the living shit out of it. But you still paid for it, right? With the illiquidity on Express, it's going to take a long time to average that down significantly without causing it to run. It has a very small float. Yeah. Maybe they don't wait, though. If management had had a little more gumption, yeah, that's the word I'm going to use, at earnings, it'd probably be trading at a higher price right now. Oh, now we're float shaming? I mean, I'm not shaming its tiny float. It's just, you know. Well, maybe you do. How do you know in advance the stock is going to have a lower high after it makes it to 17? I've been doing this a long time. What comes first for GME? 5 or 50? Probably neither in the near term. Is Express a good buy at 70 cents? Do you have a thesis for this one? I do. It's a stock. Chan is a reference to the non-Academy Award-winning masterpiece Blood In, Blood Out film. I see. No time limit? Eh. Fuck, that's tough. I could see Jamie hitting 5 in a crash. And we may have a correction that's quite steep in the near future. I mean, just based on price, 5 is more likely than 50. So institutions hire based on trust me bro incestuous vouching? Largely, yeah. I mean people who do like The people who are the brains of institutions are few and far between. There's not a lot of them. The big picture idea people are hard to come by. Whether that be, quantitative analysis or strategy. Um, those are, one out of 200 people that work at a big fund. This institution's based on trust me, bruh, incestuous vouching. The amount of calls when hit 5 would actually open up margin and loan money. It would actually open up margin and loan money. Yeah, I mean, if Jimmy ever hit $5, I would too. I'm trying to set a new 0DT record where I strangle a tight range and see if I can get both options to expire worthless. Nice. How's that going for you? I feel like maybe you're pretty successful right now. Oh, they have names like executive vice president of of fund strategy, shit like that. Usually a lot of different names in the title. Director of or assistant director of quantitative analysis. How many legit traders do you think hang in here? Seems like a few. That listen to the stream and trade for their clients. Oh, there's definitely more than a handful of financial advisors that hang out here all day. I don't know if that's more for the macro perspective stuff. Probably because they're probably not doing intraday trading. But there's definitely a few. Are you willing to share your express thesis? No, because I don't want it turning into the next Bobby. Or listening to people whine about it like Fubo for 2 years. Do you think Jimmy has less value since they're switching away from e-commerce? Their e-commerce revenues were up. Where did you get the idea that they're switching away from e-commerce? They're not focusing heavily on e-commerce because they have thousands of stores they need to close. No, the movie Margin Call is a pile of shit. At this point, you could have banned all Bobby talk, but you haven't. Because I want them there to set an example for other people that stray down that path. Like people who are overly bullish on Upstart's rising borrow rate right now. Synthetic lawns gonna express a thing? I mean, you don't want to be in them. There's a really high risk because if they reverse split, you're fucked. Can you please explain swaps and why the SS chimps are barking up the wrong tree? Thanks. Yeah, they're cash settled. They're cash settled. They don't have any deliverable on the underlying. They may be hedged with the underlying, but it's irrelevant. There's no underlying deliverable, so you can't use a swap to hide a short. You can use a swap to offset the debt from covering a short. And the counterparty may hedge your payments in that swap with the underlying, but in no way does a swap hold shares of a stock. Also, as far as the bullet swap horseshit goes, where they thought everything was going to blow up because it was 2 years from the expiration, swaps can be rolled, they can be moved. They have standardized expiration dates, so the expiry would be on quad witching, not in the middle of a fucking random week 2 years later. That's enough. No point in beating a dead horse. There was an article saying they were getting rid of warehouses and going to switch away from e-commerce to focus on their brick and mortar stores. When did they say that? They never said that. I wish there was like a bot on Discord that like scanned your brokerage for your positions. And so that like when you're on Discord talking to people, they can see what positions you're in, right? And what your status in those positions is. And then they can take, the things you say with your bias accounted for. So when they're like, Gurk's a fucking shill, and they look at your weekly Nvidia puts, they know why you're saying that. No one would ever talk to me again. Just like a layer of transparency. More bearish now? Or just more nothing? Hold on. So ES just under 41.25 now. See if we get some further dated put interest. Maybe not till after the data tomorrow. Long-term gamma fill points moved down 40.57. Ooh, everything's skewing negative now. 40.90, 40.85, 40.80. Ooh, yeah. Shit's getting bearish. All the calls are selling off. It's not like a lot of puts are coming in, but all the calls are selling off. And I'm okay with that. What's tomorrow look like? Support at 40.70 for tomorrow. $40.75 on 421. But both of those strikes are selling off pretty hard. Wonder if they'll still be relevant tomorrow morning. Yeah, so a little bit of support building up to the downside, or those are Possibly sold calls. Oh, I wonder if those are sold. That's greedy as fuck. Well, maybe not. It's an awful lot of data, though, to attempt to predict all of its direction. Natty Gas getting close to $2. Hoping for a gap down tonight. Yeah, it's very, very cheap. Yo, so actually make Discord bots. An oath with a brokerage isn't actually impossible. How serious are you about that idea? I'm not serious at all. I mean, nobody's gonna fucking do that, right? It's like a massive violation of privacy. It's ridiculous. Although it might shrink the size of the Discord, which could be good on days where I get a lot of DMs. Greg, you taught us to manage risk. You taught us that Upstart is sensitive to market pressure, and the market is irrationally bullish of late. And now you're comparing us to Bobby Baggies. Harsh, thank you. No, not you specifically, but there's a bunch of people that are like, Upstart's totally gonna run. This is squeezing. Girk's wrong, but and they're going too long on Upstart when no liquidity is being realized, right? So like no one's covering Upstart. It's just going up because the market's rising. And so that narrative is kind of toxic because it tricks people into going like very long calls when they should be taking advantage of, the rise in price in other ways that would benefit their long position more. The amount of upvotes or downvotes you get correspond to the volume and percent gain loss for the day. Yes. I could get a retest of 4150 on ES tomorrow rather than the start of a dump that will go to 4080, 4030. I guess it'll maybe depend on the data tomorrow night. I mean, we seem moderately protected to the downside at like 4075, 7065, right? So there's some long side defense of the drop below the gamma flip point, but not a ton, right? And if data's bad tomorrow, I'd imagine that defensive position will pull back. Not to mention being forced to use plaid, yeah. Why is natural gas so cheap? There's too much of it. Okay, I haven't been reading chat. I only listen to you. I don't know there were people trying to pump. I just have shares that I want to sell calls on safely. I know. I mean, I've been selling some covered calls in this range, but I am keeping a portion of my shares unsold on Upstart. My cost basis on them's getting into a range where it's low enough. I kind of, I guess I didn't put it out to the public, but in Zillionaires, I kind of outlined, what I was doing this week with Upstart, which is, I'm buying, son of a bitch. I'm buying shares, at market. And then I'm selling in the money CCs on them between like $14 and $13. And then I'm using the credit rollover to buy $16 puts. That way, when and if the market turns around, right, and they're able to short Upstart and they don't have to use their daily liquidity on internalization. I expect them to try to get the price back into this range. I can then close the covered call and the put, and then use the, like total yield, which is like 30% roughly. It could be a little more, to buy more shares. So, you know, if you do this on like 1,000 shares, you know, potentially at the bottom you could buy another, you know, 30% or, you know, 300 more. I'm doing it at a few more than 1,000, but same idea. Oh, okay. What do you think about going long oil now? Chasing or still good? I think oil could stay kind of flat around $80 a barrel. Demand will pick up seasonally towards the end of May. If oil's able to hold these prices, which it may not be able to do, right? So it might be more advantageous if you weren't already in oil going into this big move up. It may be more advantageous to kind of wait, let it slump back down to like 76, 75, then look for better entry opportunities. Recession should decrease demand, no? Over time, yeah, but I mean, it takes a lot of time. Right. Part of the reason it would take so much time is our labor market's still very strong. People have money coming in. Right. And a lot of people are working, you know, like multiple jobs. Like I have no intention of like going short oil, right? I'm not gonna go short oil, but if it slumps a bit, I may re-enter some more speculative oil positions. I sold some slightly in the money covered calls on a little bit of my oil positioning. So like my Devon Energy, my BP, my Oxy. I took advantage of the pump to sell like just like 5% in the money calls, like 2.5 to 5% in the money calls across all of those. And then yeah, hopefully, you know, as you know, the shock of the news wears off, we'll see oil. I'd like to see it slide back to like 78 a barrel, maybe 76. At which point then yeah, I would target more more speculative positioning moving into the early part of the summer. Because now we have a supply drop off, but you know, demand's also dropping off. If demand picks up and the supply, you know, is still lowered at that point, then prices can really surge. So going short oil, very dangerous right now. Good entry for 40-50p tomorrow. I don't know if it's better than entry today, but maybe. I wonder when money will flow out of tech and crypto and back into big banks. KRE. KRE's regional banks, though, not big banks. I don't know how quickly money is going to come back into the regional banks. It'll probably be a while. I don't think the liquidity fears have abated. There's probably still significantly more downside to be realized on most of the banks, actually. Fucking futures won't break down. Yeah, that's really the problem right now. There's no option chain support at this level on SPX, but futures are holding. I pulled away, sorry. Have you already touched on this? Is PMI tomorrow expected to be highly impactful? It can be. How much of a hedge are you planning tonight? Some? I'm definitely planning on having some hedge tonight. Probably just my usual straddle. I'm already pretty heavily positioned. I probably won't take on that much long positioning, to be honest. Maybe just the straddle. I don't really want long dated bull positions, right? Like profitability on the call side has been slipping for the last 2 days. So holding far dated bullish positioning is probably a mistake. Why would you buy a 1 DT on SPX if theta will wreck your premium if it doesn't open at your strike or make it in the money? I won't. I'm not carrying 1 DTs on SPX overnight. Been in meetings all day. Are you bullish or still bearish because the economy is fakakta? Still bearish. Yeah, still feeling pretty bear. I mean, why would anyone do that? Not you. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really dangerous. Um, it's not terrible in a straddle situation, but you need a really big market move like the following morning in order to make up for it, right? So you need like a 150 BPS day solidly in one direction to make up for the fact that you fucking roasted a bunch of like 1 DTE contracts on the other side. Um Sometimes it can be beneficial. It's not always just bad. I mean, there are like there's zero DT strangle and straddle opportunities generally throughout most of the trading day. But you want to make sure that the environment's really liquid and volume's up, and those tend to be a lot better in bull markets, right? Because right now we're moving between like really high volume periods, like on our run up, where I have these gap ups, these massive volume runs day over day, right? And then we hit this kind of lull period where like liquidity's dry as fuck. No one's doing anything, right? Which is kind of where we're at right now. Price volume has a negative drift because holding the call side isn't beneficial, right? And then if that breaks down, then you run through another like 3 day period of very high volume, and then we move back into like a low liquidity environment where it's hard to make money in the chop. Um, and because of that makes kind of using those strategies more risky. Like you want more theta because you need to be able to wait out these periods of fucking nothing happening. Me 6 holding up the futures markets. Woo, that's awesome, Jen. Congratulations. That's super cool. I don't know if anyone mentioned it, but CBS affiliates are returning to Fubo. Yeah, I did. I heard. That's good for them. We're moving. I mean, if we hit a recession, we'll be moving into like a big M&A season, and there'll probably be lots of opportunities to take advantage of that. Well, at least I hope. Some ETFs might actually have to sell Nvidia tonight and underperformed indices. I know, man. It's crazy, but it just might happen. And then imagine if it happens again tomorrow. Is MSTR a killer short here around 300? Uh, mm, Risky. It's a risky short here around 300. Especially with gold running. I probably wouldn't take it. This can fail. If it fails, then yeah, it would have been, but I found a bounce in like the higher range here and started to peel away from the trend. That's kind of bullish and looks like BTC might retest, you know, like 20. It might, I mean, it might not retest high. It might retest like 2880, like 853. It could retest 29. But yeah, I mean, a risky entry. If this had already tested and failed, I might have said it was a little better, but yeah, kind of risky right now. Hmm. My Costco strategy pays off again. If you want to buy Theta on it, maybe. Expensive, though. NVIDIA down? This is good for NVIDIA. How's this good for NVIDIA? It's closing below 275, which is kind of an important strike for it. Was your Costco strategy ABC strat? No. Always buy Costco. My Costco strategy is not based on their hot dogs. Oh. We're gonna finally break down? Jesus fucking Christ. It'd be cool if we got a sell-off in the last 15 minutes or something. Is your Costco strat to just buy 4090 Cs every time it goes below 90, goes below with 90 DTE, and then sell them when it goes over 500? No comment. Are you waiting for a potential sell-off before entering a straddle? Yeah, I would prefer to enter a straddle at 4080. I don't know if I'll be. I don't know if I'll get the opportunity, but if I do, there probably is. Although that's a lot of bad luck to wish on someone. Are we going to start selling off to close and gapping down in the morning? Some we had a last week who were ripping into close and gapping up. If only the market were so simple. Is this reverse charm? Go fuck yourself. Costco is intimidated by Sam's Club. Sam's Club's making gains, gonna push Costco to figure out savings, better products. Freight rate is coming down in April, equals price savings to members. Oh, I don't care about Costco long term. I mean, I kind of do. I have some shares, but not a lot. How do I find the Pigeon Wheel songs and other delights in the music channel? Check the pins. Costco, where people who think they're saving money go. Depends what you're buying there. Some things you save money on. Some things are just like the same price, but you get a better quality product at Costco. Like I buy pesto at Costco, right? And I can make it fresh, which is kind of a pain in the ass and requires buying pine nuts, which are ludicrously priced right now. But like the pesto there for store-bought pesto is, basil and pine nuts and olive oil, whereas, you go to like a grocery store and it's made with like cashews and shit, which is disgusting. So it's those little differences that make up for but it costs the same as, what you would spend at the grocery store. It might even be cheaper by volume. You also get 3% cash back, which is pretty dope. Yeah, and gas. I mean, I don't really fill my car up at Costco a lot, but I don't really fill my car up very often. Just use cashews instead of pine nuts? That's disgusting. Sometimes I'll make my own pesto, but it can be hard to find like fresh pine nuts that aren't disgusting. Do you mind going into some detail on why you're hoping for 4080? I mean, I'm not gonna get it. It doesn't look like, but it would have been nice. I don't know. We have jobs data tomorrow, so I don't know if we're going down or not. We might. I've never had pistachio pesto. You think there's something coming tomorrow that's going to generate a lot of volatility? And PMI might. Probably not a ton, though. That also comes after market opens, so if you wanted to straddle it, you could just do it tomorrow with 0 DTEs. If we hit 4060 on ES tomorrow, I'll be targeting 3980 by next week. It's reasonable. Wouldn't jobs data be much like today? I think ADP employment change is kind of more important than JOLTS. Well, maybe, well, if it moves significantly. Let me rephrase that. But if ADP is still high, that's pretty bearish. I don't pay attention. All right. Why does jobs data matter anymore? Both equally bad outcomes. Yeah, but people want to know how bad the outcome is, right? ISM PMI is at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. I've just learned of the existence of RUT options, and I'm ready to take my R2K put leverage to the next level. Oh, fuck. Trading RUT is kind of some degenerate shit. Especially right now when it's moving like 200 BPS in either direction every other day. Yeah, Schwab's big enough to sit on a lot of their bond risk. Yeah, I don't think Schwab's in a lot of danger. The banking side of it might not be doing that hot, but the brokerage side's great. Replacing pine nuts and pesto with pepitas? No. I don't want to. The point is, I don't want to replace the pine nuts. I want pine nuts. I just want to trick Jamie Dimon out of 150 million. Is that too much to ask? Have you tried getting dressed up and hanging out in various places in New York City? Maybe get like a rhinestone collar and just, you know, you might have a better shot that way. I can't stop thinking about Express now. Hello, future bag holder. Looking to start building a position. Would you be willing to share any thoughts on your thesis or good entries? Seems cheap now. Nope. You can become a dillionaire and read all about it. Or don't. By the way, today's SPX price action looks like what you've drawn last night on a compressed timeline. I know. It almost looks like we're going to test the orange diagonal 4080 support soon. Not just yet. Fuck me. Nah, I'm not going to buy any fucking... RTK actually goes down, though. It's great. That's the girlfriend you always wanted. Dang, I've made most of my money... Made the most money I have in a long time, taking profits at 10-20% all day. It's crazy not to have been doing this the whole time. Stop losses for the win. Hey, look at you. 3900p, 4200c. Jesus Christ. That's not a straddle, by the way. That's an extremely wide strangle. Closing below 4100 would be huge. Yeah. It would actually be really nice. I don't know if we will. There's probably not enough time. Probably just, well, let me rephrase that. I think we'll push up into 4100 in the next 2 minutes. Answer truthfully, are you Gandalf reincarnated? No? You woke up to NVIDIA 200 tomorrow? Would you do the entire stream with no shirt? No, I'd be sad. I already went over this. No NVIDIA below 230 this week. If NVIDIA drops below 230 this week, I have to blow up like half my put position in order to cover short calls that I may or may not have sold. Short puts. I swear if we're reaching new highs tomorrow, I'm gonna slam my dicks in a car door. Why? Fubo might drop back below $1 again. Ooh, speaking of which. Oh no, it closed. Damn it, ding ding. Well, that was a fun day. Look at that. We tested 4100 right at close. Clown candle, dang, you called it. Yeah, I know. I wish I hadn't, but there it is. I have nothing to really say about today. I mean, we moved down. We moved down out of a significant level of call support into a level with virtually no call support besides the 4100 strike. Obviously tomorrow is going to be heavily data dependent between PMI and ADP. I'm sure we'll get a better idea of direction once that starts to play out, but call side profitability is waning from the run up, and we are nearing a point of capitulation where, you know, profits have dropped off so much that we're seeing more and more out of the money calls especially begin to sell off, and even at the money call positioning is beginning to weaken. Obviously that could turn around very quickly, but it's It's looking good. Slow moves down this week, obviously, with the short week and the very important data this week coming out on the holiday. So, GME, fucking flat, boring. Upstart, just moving with the market still. VIX closing tonight a little higher at 19. I mean, not the best day ever, but a 50% rise over yesterday. Slow incremental gains on the VIX and the higher relative floor over time can both be indicative of increasing fear in the market. And if that wasn't, gold moving up 188 basis points today definitely is. The fact that we're seeing gold rising with oil still stable at $80 a barrel, and T-bond futures moving up in a pretty significant way, all indicate bearish positioning and bearish money flow for the equities markets. Yeah, silver's also bumping, which is also bearish, but less concerning than gold. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much. Later.